Hi, everyone. Wherever you are, I'm glad you could make it to our first entirely virtual EA Global. My name is Amy Lebenz from the Center for Effective Altruism. This is my 9th time organizing EA Global, but my first time hosting it from home in Detroit. Historically, this conference has been really valuable for a lot of people in the community. I'm really curious to see how much of that value translates into an online version. And I'm hopeful that you will get a lot out of the weekend. I'll try to keep this welcome brief. First, some guidelines on how to get the most out of the conference. If you've been to EA Global before, you've heard most of this already, but I'll say it anyway. 1, be open to changing your mind. If you notice that a speaker or fellow virtual attendee has a view you disagree with, try to learn as much as you can about how they came to their position. 2, think about your plans. You may have a career change coming up soon, or if you're interested in donating to a new cause area, this is a perfect chance to find useful information, whether it's in a talk, a meeting, or a follow-up conversation after the conference. Before we start our program, I want to share a few thank yous. If you've ever planned a big event, you might be able to imagine how the last few weeks have been for our team. I've literally had nightmares about EA Global getting canceled at the last minute. And this year, it happened. I was worried that we made the wrong decision, and I was worried that people would be angry. Instead, the reaction was exactly the opposite. Within a few hours of sending the cancellation email, I got replies from so many people saying that they respected the decision and the level of caution that we applied. Barry and Kate on the events team immediately jumped into action to help me rebuild the event. And a surprising number of people from the community even asked if there were things that they could do to help. I find it incredibly validating that the EA community is full of people who are very thoughtful and care about helping others. On that day, it really felt like we were living up to our ideals. I also want to thank our panel of advisors, the public health and biosecurity experts who helped us decide whether to continue with an in-person event. They had to process an incredible amount of information at a time when their expertise was in high demand, and they made the right decision. For the last 2 months, it feels like I've been seeing helpful EAs everywhere I look. People are trying their best to work out what to do and to share useful information with each other. I think it comes from that combination of thinking hard about the numbers and the science, and also really caring about other people's well-being and trying to help where you can. That's what EA is all about. So thank you to everyone who's here and everyone who couldn't make it. Thank you for embodying the spirit of effective altruism. Finally, I want to acknowledge that this is going to be a hard year for a lot of people. We're all worried about what this year might bring for us and the people we care about and the world. With that in mind, I'm hoping that our virtual conference can set a good example for the year to come. I want these 2 days to show that even if we can't meet in person, we can still connect with and help each other. We can still work together on making the world a better place. Before we get to our opening talk, our community liaison, Julia Wise, will share some strategies for dealing with these changes based on her recent EA Forum post, Finding Equilibrium in a Difficult Time. Thank you again, and welcome to the EA Global Virtual Conference.
I want to say a few short things about the situation that we're all in right now. This is adapted from a post that's on the EA Forum, so you can see the full version there for more resources. I don't want to say that self-isolation is that bad in the grand scheme of things. For those of us who are home but not ill, obviously things could be worse. But it is new and strange, and everyone is finding this difficult in different ways. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to not be that productive right now. I know I haven't been. Especially if you're newly working from home, or if you're caring for children who are home from school, it's hard. Focus on the basics: sleep, eat nourishing food, get some exercise and sunshine, Protecting your health is literally a matter of public safety, as well as being good for you. If you're like me and you've been reading more about the pandemic than is really useful, here's the advice that Dr. Gregory Lewis, who works on biorisk at the Future of Humanity Institute, sent to his coworkers. He writes, especially for those worried about this, staying glued to the screen can get a very high yield of anxiety for a very poor yield of useful, action-relevant information. You can find some of his recommended information sources in the blog post. A lot of people are suddenly working remotely. That can be a hard transition, but sometimes it goes really well. When Cambridge University closed in 1665 because of the Great Plague, Isaac Newton was one of the students who was sent home. He did some of his best work during that year, including spending time in a garden, where he famously started to wonder just how an apple is pulled to the earth. There's no historical record of whether he was wearing pajamas at the time. A lot of us who already work from home will suggest coming up with a structure to your day. The advice I'm seeing from people quarantined all over the world shares some of the same themes. Figure out how you'll separate work time from non-work time. Schedule something to look forward to, like calling a friend while you watch a TV show together. Get some exercise. Get outside and go for a walk if you can. Lastly, I want to try to put this in perspective. This is a historic event, and I find it comforting to know that other people have been through similar historic events. Other people throughout the centuries have experienced epidemics and have worried, they've argued about what to do, and they've done their best to take care of each other. The work EAs do is still important. Donations are still important. All the problems we've been working on are still here, and they will still be here when the situation is over. We can still make progress together. So let's go do that.
Hi everyone, I'm Nathan Lebenz, your live host for the next 4 hours. We've got a lot of great content coming up for you this weekend, and we'd be grateful if you can help us spread the word about the broadcast by sharing the link on your social media channels and telling your friends and followers which talks you're most looking forward to. Remember to use the hashtag EAGlobal so we can keep track of everyone's posts. Also, keep in mind that attendees often report that the most valuable interactions are one-on-ones. When setting these up, think about what questions you have and look for people who may know something about those questions. If you're a registered attendee, we recommend using the GRIP app. It has a lot of useful information on the other attendees and makes it easy to schedule meetings. Today's program will focus on long-termism, institutional decision-making, and global catastrophic risks, including nuclear security and the alignment and governance of artificial intelligence. Tomorrow, we'll be focusing on farmed animal welfare, alternative proteins, global health and development, and how to start an effective charity. But before we get into that, we're going to start off with an opening talk from Joan Gass, the Managing Director at the Center for Effective Altruism. She has an MBA from Stanford's Graduate School of Business and an MPA in International Development from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. She previously worked at the strategy consulting firm Bain & Company, where she was a founding member of their Nigeria office. She also co-founded and directed a nonprofit in Uganda and launched a fellowship related to catastrophic risks and emerging technology policy at the Harvard Kennedy School. So, without further ado, to open EA Global's virtual conference, here's Joan Gass.
Hello. I know for a lot of folks, this is a really difficult time. So I'm glad that we could come together for the first virtual EA Global. Before I get started, I just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the EA community and our reaction to coronavirus. One thing that I think is notable is that before coronavirus was even talked about in the mainstream, there were EAs talking a lot online. I saw 100 comment Facebook threads with people talking about the best ways to prepare and try and keep society safe. I think the early conversations are notable, but I also think one thing that's notable is the scientific mindset that people brought to those conversations. I saw EAs making models with any available data, thinking about things like triggers for social action, trying to think about the best ways to protect themselves, but even more importantly, protect others who might be more at risk. In addition to conversations within the EA community, I think one thing that upholds the values we have was the reaction of the EA Global team, particularly Amy, who you just heard from. Now, if you can't tell, Amy lives for EA Global. She spent months preparing for the conference. And so when it came time to decide whether or not to cancel it, she had a really tough decision to make. And she knew well enough that she couldn't be objective to make that decision. So she decided to bring on an advisory board. Amy identified that she might be biased in order to think about this decision. And so she put other safeguards in place. And she did that throughout the decision process. I wasn't part of the advisory board, but I did get to see the conversation. One thing that impressed me is Amy asked every person, once they made a recommendation, what would make them change their mind about that recommendation. She also collected people's ideas and advice through an anonymous Google document so that arguments could be evaluated on their own merit, independent of people's positions. I think this upholds a value that's really important within the EA community, trying to identify our personal biases and taking steps to minimize them. And of course, it's also on my mind how many people within EA are thinking about taking direct actions to try and reduce the harms of COVID. I've seen EAs write up documents and articles that have gone viral. I know several EAs that are working with governments at a national level. And of course, there are people who have dedicated their entire careers to biosecurity or government more broadly to try and decrease the risk of dangerous situations. So I'm starting today being incredibly grateful for being a part of this community. I'm grateful to be a part of a community that uses a scientific mindset to think about how to protect society and help society. I'm grateful to be a part of a community that tries to identify and reduce our own biases. And I'm grateful to be a part of a community with people that are thinking about how to use their careers to solve pressing global problems. In my talk today, I want to speak about a couple things that I think makes the EA community special by telling you a bit about my personal story. And then I want to take a little bit of time at the end to reflect on how far we've come in the last 10 years and what might be in store for the future. For me, the EA community has been incredibly powerful in a couple different ways. It's helped me move from paralysis to action. It's helped me explore different causes. It's helped me make big changes in my career. And it's helped me think about how to live out my values in a way that's sustainable. My story starts when I was 19. The first time I read Give It the Life You Can Save over 10 years ago. I was really compelled by the book, but I also felt pretty paralyzed by it. I didn't know how to make decisions as a result, like buying a Starbucks coffee and thinking about how far that money could have gone if I had donated it abroad instead. And a couple years later, I moved to Uganda. And there I met a friend who I'm going to call David and who gave me permission to share our stories. Now, David had started the Giving What We Can chapter at his university. And we talked a lot about the life you can save. And he told me that he thought that deciding to donate 10% of his income meant that he could make a meaningful difference in other people's lives without a significant sacrifice for himself. He talked about how he liked the commitment, so he wasn't paralyzed by everyday financial decisions, and he could always increase the amount in the future. This really resonated with me, and through my conversations with him, I was able to move from paralysis to start taking action. My conversations with David also were really significant as I thought about which causes to explore. I grew up in a moderate religious community in Texas. And so coming out as bisexual was at times a pretty rough experience. I I felt a lot of solidarity with people who had similar experiences to me. That solidarity in part motivated me to move to Uganda and work with Ugandan LGBT activists. I learned a lot from the activists I work with about grassroots organizing and community building. It was really important work. And I also had questions about how I could help the most and whom. David and I talked about this. I remember one night when we were walking over the hills of Naguru, and he told me he had had similar questions. He told me the story about how his grandfather was a survivor of the Holocaust and how he got into social impact work because he cared about helping the Jewish community. And then he reflected on that decision. He realized that being able to relate to someone didn't mean that he wanted to help them more. He decided he wanted to help people as much as possible, no matter who they were, rather than just helping people that shared his own religious background. My conversation with struck a deep chord in me. It made me realize that I didn't think that the suffering of LGBT people mattered more than those of other people. It clearly matters, but other people's suffering matters too. And I didn't want to prioritize only the suffering that was most like mine. I really want a world in which there is no homophobia or transphobia or gender-based discrimination. And I also really want a world in which mothers don't have to bury their children because of completely preventable diseases or have to worry about how they're going to feed their family. My conversation prompted me on a journey to think about how I could most impact the most number of people, and realizing that I had to make a lot of choices because I had limited time and resources. Like David, I decided that I wanted to try and consider the ways to do the most good in general, including for people that were unlike me. So my conversations with David prompted me to move from paralysis to action and consider exploring new causes. They also helped introduce me to a wider effective altruism community that helped me think about big career decisions. By the time I was applying to graduate school, I felt like my identity was pretty set for the future. So the process of the graduate schools that I applied to, my public policy programs and my MBA programs, required that I needed to pitch myself. I had to constantly talk about the nonprofit and the education sector that I started in Uganda and how I wanted to go to graduate school to grow it and then transition it into a social enterprise. And when I moved to Boston, I was really excited about pursuing that vision. I also became more involved in the in-person EA Boston community. And that's when I realized I had a bunch of questions about my fundamental assumptions. I started thinking about whether I should be paying more attention to animal welfare or working on things related to future generations. I also did a couple calculations about social enterprises and how often they succeed and at what scale. And I started to think that maybe working in government was going to be more impactful because of the amount of resources on average that people had the chance to influence. And this was all pretty overwhelming. But my housemate, Scott, was an effective altruist, and it was really interesting watching his journey. He was in the middle of a public health master's degree. He had started that degree because he wanted to create the next GiveWell charity. And about halfway through his degree, he started thinking about whether he should be focusing on animal welfare more, and eventually pivoted, even though it had no relationship to his graduate school degree, because he thought the issue was more neglected, so his career could make more of an impact on the margin. I found this really inspiring and quite different than the other communities I was a part of. In my business school communities, the thing in careers that was rewarded was pursuing a job that made a lot of money or a really cool new tech company. And I think society in general rewards status and prestige. Something that I think is really special about the EA community is that people are rewarded for the pursuit of doing what they think will have the most impact. And the process of figuring that out might look like changing projects or changing cause areas. I think this is incredibly important and really special. I work with people that have a lot of really weird resumes, and I think it's pretty awesome. Which brings me to the fourth thing that I think is really valuable about the Effective Altruist community. Not only did it help me move from paralysis to action and explore different causes and be willing to think about big differences with my career, but it also helped me think about how to pursue EA in a way that was sustainable for me. I remember at the end of graduate school, when I was thinking about careers in government related to emerging technology, and I had two big concerns. The first is I was worried about the culture of national security organizations and how I would fit in. And the second was that I was worried about going from a career where I felt like I could see consistent impact that I was making to going to a career that was much more speculative. I felt worried about my motivation and whether I might burn out, and then I felt guilty about having those feelings in the first place. And talking to EAs that were in the positions that I was considering was so incredibly helpful. It was so helpful that I could be honest about what I was worried about. It turned out some of my assumptions were completely off base, and some of them were pretty accurate. But a bunch of EAs who were older than me helped me develop ways to evaluate a couple different pathways pretty quickly, especially pressure testing the things that I was most unsure about, but I thought could be particularly impactful. And then, most importantly, they would digest the conversations with me, letting me think through which things I thought would work for me and which ones wouldn't, helping me gain a better sense of my personal sustainability and fit. And there have been other ways that the community has been really helpful for me in this regard. I still think about the trade-off between spending money on myself and saving it and donating it. And I, in particular, am still figuring out how much I want to work and what that looks like in terms of being able to do it in a way that sets me up for the long haul. And it is so valuable to have friends in the community that align with my values and can help me come up with guideposts in a way that I think will work and respects the values that I have. I think that this vulnerability, this ability to talk about the things that we're worried about in terms of personal fit and what we might be struggling with is so important. Because I think that if we believe that most of our impact might come decades from now in our careers or with our donations, then it feels really important to figure out how to pursue doing good sustainably. So I've told you about some of the things I really value about the Effective Altruist community. Now I want to tell you about one thing that I think is important for us to be on the lookout for if we want to safeguard this community in the future. And that is the pressure to conform. I think we have a community that rewards the pursuit of doing good. But I don't think we're immune from issues related to status within our own community. And I think sometimes it can prevent us from having genuine debates. I've had people tell me about situations where they want to express a view, but they think they'll be dismissed or looked down upon because it's one that's not popular. One really extreme example of this is I had a friend who was having lunch at an EA organization, and they expressed a really well thought out inside view about why they thought AI timelines were significantly longer than what was the dominant view in that organization. And then someone they were having lunch with called them a heretic. I think this is really concerning. I think that we definitely don't have everything right. And we're going to need a lot of heretical ideas, a whole marketplace of ideas, in order for us to pressure test our assumptions and call out our biases and correct us when we're wrong. So, how do we counter the natural human tendency to inflate certainty? How do we try to reduce influence based on status? I have two suggestions. The first is that if you have a position of status, or if you have a view that's popular, take special care to express uncertainty. I think there are two ways we could do this. One could be talking about what would make us change our mind about an issue. The other could be talking about the credence or the confidence we have that our position is correct. I am constantly surprised when I talk to leaders of organizations that are EA aligned about something that they're doing or approach they have. They almost always express a credence that's lower than what I expect them to say. The second thing that I think we can do to counteract this pressure to conform is to make space for minority views. I think we need to do this proactively. We need to reward people that raise critiques. We need to be charitable to people whose views are different from our own. We need to steelman sometimes critiques of our own opinions, because new ideas can help us discover new things. They can point out our biases and our blind spots. Most importantly, I think we need to think about where we put rewards. We shouldn't just take shortcuts by rewarding people that share our opinions. We should reward efforts. We should praise people that have good methodologies and well thought out ideas, even if, and maybe especially if they arrive at conclusions that are different from our own. So I've told you about some things I really admire about the EA community. And I've also told you about some ways that I think we should be on the lookout to make sure we preserve this community for the future. I want to wrap up by reflecting on where we've come in the last 10 years and where we might go in the future. It seems appropriate to travel back 10 years because this is the first conference of 2020. So if we take a minute to travel back to 2010, well, first, that might be kind of hard because video conferencing was a whole lot worse in 2010. But it would also be hard because the effective altruist community barely existed. You could take all of the members of Giving What We Can, and you could put them into a house. And then on that front porch, you could fit all the AI safety researchers in the world. And in the backyard, there might be people cooking up old school veggie burgers, but the Impossible Burger certainly didn't exist. It was a different time. The world has changed a lot in the last decade, and the effective altruist community is still small in absolute terms. But the progress that we've made, I've found inspiring. Today, you could not fit all of Giving What We Can in a house. The community has grown 100 times the size it was 10 years ago. That's enough to reenact the largest battle of Game of Thrones 9 times over. And AI safety researchers have way more than a front porch. Oxford and Cambridge have their own existential risk centers, as just one example. And Impossible Burgers, we have so many of them now. We have Beyond Burgers. They're in fast food chains across the United States. Good Dot sells burgers across India. And the Good Food Institute, an EA-aligned organization, has dozens of people working to create an ecosystem of alternative proteins and make plant-based meats mainstreamed. I'm particularly excited about some of the progress we've made in terms of policy work in EA. And I'm totally biased because I went to policy school. One example of this is Alpenglow, a nonprofit that was launched this year, whose goal is to put future generations in the heart of policymaking in the UK. They've been working on issues related to biosecurity and emerging technology and civil service reform. So this all makes me curious about what the EA community will look like 10 years from now. And one thing that's certain is that there's a lot that we don't know. In 2030, it could be the case that some of the EA ideas and predictions that we cling to strongly now haven't happened at all. And some of them might be even more accurate than we were expecting. I wouldn't be surprised if the first prime minister or president inspired by EA principles has already been born. And she'll need a lot of people to help in terms of navigating electoral politics and policies. Or it could be the case by 2030 that a social historian has become one of the most impactful people in EA, helping us think about new ways that we could have large-scale impact. Or it could be that there's an artist who has found ways to deeply and movingly think about expanded moral circles, pushing people to think about communities beyond their location, or how to cross the human-animal divide, or how to relate and empathize with future generations. It's probably the case that in 2030, people will have jobs that definitely don't exist today. Whatever's in store for us, I think it's important that we cling to the heart of EA. Altruism and collaborative truth-seeking. This will help us pursue new knowledge and approaches as those opportunities arise, letting go of old ideas, even if they are beloved, so that we can discover better ways to help others. To sum up, I think it's been a pretty incredible decade for EA. I think we've saved lives and made intellectual progress, and we've taken steps toward a safer and a kinder world. And I also think the next decade can be even better. EA has a lot of room to grow and to learn. But I think if we invest in our community and continue to promote good norms, we will be well positioned to try and take steps towards this potential. As I think back about my own story, I think back about Scott and David. They've had really impactful EA-inspired careers in their own right already. But through a couple of conversations with me, they pretty significantly changed my career trajectory. So as you go into this conference, I encourage you to think about how you can be a Scott and a David to others. It is pretty incredible that we get to do this together as a community. I hope that you take an open mind as you explore our marketplace of ideas within this conference. And I hope you have a wonderful next 2 days.
Thank you, Joan, and thanks to everyone watching for joining us on our first ever virtual EA Global. I'm Nathan Lebenz, coming to you live from my home in Detroit, Michigan, where Amy and I have been in effective quarantine now for about 2 weeks. And I'm your host for this weekend's program. Next up, we have a talk about existential risks from Toby Ord. Toby, as many of you know, is a philosopher at Oxford University's Future of Humanity Institute, where his work focuses on the big picture questions facing humanity. Toby's earlier work explored the ethics of global health and global poverty. This led him to create an international society called Giving What We Can, whose members have pledged over $1.4 billion to the most effective charities in the world. He also co-founded the wider effective altruism movement, encouraging thousands of people to use reason and evidence to help others as much as possible. Toby's current research is on avoiding the threat of human extinction and thus safeguarding a positive future for humanity, which he considers to be among the most pressing and neglected issues we face. He addresses this in his new book called The Precipice. The book is available on Amazon right now, and you can also visit theprecipice.com for more resources, to sign up for Toby's newsletter, and to download Chapter 1 of the book for free. First off, we're going to watch a 20-minute talk, which Toby has recorded to promote the book to a wider audience. After that, we'll move to a second video where Toby responds to some of the questions submitted to his Ask Me Anything post on the EA forum. Here's Toby Ord.
In the grand course of human history, where do we stand? Could we be living at one of the most influential times there will ever be? Our species, Homo sapiens, arose on the savannas of Africa 200,000 years ago. What set us apart from the other animals was both our intelligence and our ability to work together to build something greater than ourselves. From an ecological perspective, it was not a human that was remarkable, but humanity. And crucially, we were able to cooperate across time as well as space. If each generation had to learn everything anew, then even a crude iron shovel would have been forever beyond our reach. But we learned from our ancestors, added innovations of our own, and passed this all down to our children. Instead of dozens of humans in cooperation, we had tens of thousands, cooperating across the generations, preserving and improving ideas through deep time. Little by little, our knowledge and our culture grew. At several points in humanity's long history, there has been a great transition, a change in human affairs that accelerated our progress and shaped everything that would follow. 10,000 years ago was the agricultural revolution. Farming could support 100 times as many people on the same piece of land, making much wider cooperation possible. Instead of a few dozen people working together, we could have millions. This allowed people to specialize in thousands of different trades. There were rapid developments in institutions, culture, and technology. We developed writing, mathematics, engineering, law. We established civilization. 400 years ago was the scientific revolution. The scientific method replaced a reliance on received authorities with careful observation of the natural world, seeking simple and testable explanations for what we saw. The ability to test and discard bad explanations helped us break free from dogma and allowed for the first time the systematic creation of knowledge about the workings of nature. Some of this newfound knowledge could be harnessed to improve the world around us, so the accelerated accumulation of knowledge brought with it an acceleration of technological innovation, giving humanity increasing power over the natural world. 200 years ago was the Industrial Revolution. This was made possible by the discovery of immense reserves of energy in the form of fossil fuels, allowing us access to a portion of the sunlight that shone upon the Earth over millions of years. Productivity and prosperity began to accelerate, and a rapid sequence of innovations ramped up the efficiency, scale, and variety of automation, giving rise to the modern era of sustained growth. But there has recently been another transition that I believe is more important than any that have come before. With the detonation of the first atomic bomb, a new age of humanity began. At that moment, our rapidly accelerating technological power finally reached the threshold where we might be able to destroy ourselves. The first point where the threat to humanity from within exceeded the threats from the natural world. A point where the entire future of humanity hangs in the balance, where every advance our ancestors have made could be squandered, and every advance our descendants may achieve could be denied. These threats to humanity and how we address them define our time. The advent of nuclear weapons posed a real risk of human extinction in the 20th century. With the continued acceleration of technology, and without serious efforts to protect humanity, there is strong reason to believe the risk will be higher this century, and increasing with each century that technological progress continues. Because these anthropogenic risks outstrip all natural risks combined, they set the clock on how long humanity has left to pull back from the brink. If I'm even roughly right about their scale, then we cannot survive many centuries with risk like this. It is an unsustainable level of risk. Thus, one way or another, this new period is unlikely to last more than a small number of centuries. Either humanity takes control of its destiny and reduces the risk to a sustainable level, or we destroy ourselves. Consider human history as a grand journey through the wilderness. There are wrong turns and times of hardship, but also times of sudden progress and heady views. In the middle of the 20th century, we came through a high mountain pass and found that the only route onward was a narrow path along the cliffside, a crumbling ledge on the brink of a precipice. Looking down brings a deep sense of vertigo. If we fall, everything is lost. We do not know just how likely we are to fall, but it is the greatest risk to which we have ever been exposed. This comparatively brief period is a unique challenge in the history of our species. Our response to it will define our story. Historians of the future will name this time, and school children will study it. But I think we need a name now. I call it the precipice. The precipice gives our time immense meaning. In the grand course of history, if we make it that far, this is what our time will be remembered for. For the highest levels of risk, and for humanity opening its eyes, coming into its maturity, and guaranteeing its long and flourishing future. This is the meaning of our time. I am not glorifying our generation, nor am I vilifying us. The point is that our actions have uniquely high stakes. Whether we are great or terrible will depend upon what we do with this opportunity. I hope we live to tell our children and grandchildren that we did not stand by, but used this chance to play the part that history gave us. Humanity's future is ripe with possibility. We have achieved a rich understanding of the world we inhabit, and a level of health and prosperity of which our ancestors could only dream. We have begun to explore the other worlds in the heavens above us, and to create virtual worlds completely beyond our ancestors' comprehension. We know of almost no limits to what we might ultimately achieve. Human extinction would foreclose our future. It would destroy our potential. It would eliminate all possibilities but one, a world bereft of human flourishing. Extinction would bring about this failed world and lock it in forever. There would be no coming back. But it is not the only way our potential could be destroyed. Consider a world in ruins, where a catastrophe has done such damage to the environment that civilization has completely collapsed and is unable to ever be re-established. Even if such a catastrophe did not cause our extinction, it would have a similar effect on our future. The vast realm of futures currently open to us would have collapsed to a narrow range of meagre options. We would have a failed world with no way back. Or consider a world in chains, where the entire world has become locked under the rule of an oppressive totalitarian regime determined to perpetuate itself. If such a regime could be maintained indefinitely, then descent into this totalitarian future would also have much in common with extinction, just a narrow range of terrible futures remaining and no way out. What all of these possibilities have in common is that humanity's once soaring potential has been permanently destroyed. Not just the loss of everything we have, but the loss of everything we could have ever achieved. Any such outcome is called an existential catastrophe, and the risk of it occurring, an existential risk. There are different ways of understanding what makes an existential catastrophe so bad. In The Precipice, I explore 5 different moral foundations for the importance of safeguarding humanity from existential risks. Our concern could be rooted in the present, the immediate toll such a catastrophe would take on everyone alive at the time it struck. Our concern could be rooted in the future, stretching so much further than our own moment, everything that would be lost. Or in the past, on how we would fail every generation that came before us. We could also make a case based on virtue, on how, by risking our entire future, humanity itself displays a staggering deficiency of patience, prudence, and wisdom. Or we could make a case based on our cosmic significance, on how this might be the only place in the universe where there is intelligent life, the only chance for the universe to understand itself, or the only beings who can deliberately shape the future towards what is good or just. The importance of protecting humanity's potential thus draws support from a wide range of ideas and moral traditions. I will say a little more on the future and the past. The case based on the future is the one that inspires me most. If all goes well, human history is just beginning. Humanity is about 200,000 years old, but the Earth will remain habitable for hundreds of millions more, enough time for millions of future generations, enough to end disease, poverty, and injustice forever, enough to create heights of flourishing unimaginable today. And if we could learn to reach out further into the cosmos, we could have more time yet, trillions of years to explore billions of worlds. Such a lifespan places present-day humanity in its earliest infancy. A vast and extraordinary adulthood awaits. This is the long-termist argument for safeguarding humanity's potential. Our future could be so much longer and better than our fleeting present, and there are actions that only our generation can take that would affect that entire span of time. This could be understood in terms of all the value in all the lives in every future generation, or in many other terms, because, in expectation, almost all of humanity's life lies in the future, so almost everything of value lies in the future as well. Almost all the flourishing, almost all the beauty, our greatest achievements, our most just societies, our most profound discoveries. This is our potential, what we could achieve if we pass the precipice and continue striving for a better world. But this isn't the only way to make a case for the pivotal importance of existential risk. Consider our relationship to the past. We are not the first generation. Our cultures, institutions and norms, our knowledge, technology and prosperity were gradually built up by our ancestors over the course of 10,000 generations. Humanity's remarkable success has been entirely reliant on our capacity for intergenerational cooperation. Without it, we would have no houses or farms. We would have no traditions of dance or song, no writing, no nations. Indeed, when I think of the unbroken chain of generations leading to our time, and of everything they have built for us, I am humbled. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, shocked by the enormity of the inheritance, and at the impossibility of returning even the smallest fraction of the favour, because 100 billion of the people to whom I owe everything are gone forever, and because what they created is so much larger than my life, than my entire generation. If we were to drop the baton, succumbing to an existential catastrophe, we would fail our ancestors in many different ways. We would fail to achieve the dreams they hoped for as they worked towards building a just world. We would betray the trust they placed in us, their heirs, to preserve and pass on their legacy. And we would fail in any duty we had to pay forward the work they did for us, to help the next generation as they helped ours. Moreover, we would lose everything of value from the past that we might have reason to preserve. Extinction would bring with it the ruin of every cathedral and temple, the erasure of every poem in every tongue, the final and permanent destruction of every cultural tradition the earth has known. In the face of serious threats of extinction, or of a permanent collapse of civilization, a tradition rooted in preserving or cherishing the richness of humanity would also cry out for action. We don't often think of things at this scale. Ethics is most commonly addressed from the individual perspective. What should I do? Occasionally, it is considered from the perspective of a group or nation, or even, more recently, from the global perspective of everyone alive today. We can take this a step further, exploring ethics from the perspective of humanity. Not just our present generation, but humanity over deep time, reflecting on what we achieved in the last 10,000 generations, and what we may be able to achieve in the aeons to come. This perspective is a major theme of my book. It allows us to see how our own time fits into the greater story and how much is at stake. It changes the way we see the world and our role in it, shifting our attention from things that affect the present moment to those that could make fundamental alterations to the shape of the long-term future. What matters most for humanity? And what part in this plan should our generation play? What part should each of us play? The Precipice has 3 chapters on the risks themselves, delving deeply into the science behind them. There's the natural risks, the current anthropogenic risks, and the emerging risks. One of the most important conclusions is that these risks aren't equal. The stakes are similar, but some risks are much more likely than others. I show how we can use the fossil record to bound the entire natural risk to about a 1 in 10,000 chance per century. But I judge the existing anthropogenic risk to be about 30 times larger, and the emerging risk to be about 50 times larger again, roughly 1 in 6 over the coming century. Russian roulette. This makes a huge difference when it comes to our priorities. Though it doesn't quite mean that everyone should work on the most likely risks, we also care about their tractability and neglectedness, the quality of the opportunity at hand, and for direct work, your personal fit. What we do with our future is up to us. Our choices will determine whether we live or die, fulfill our potential, or squander our chance at greatness. We are not hostages to fortune. While each of our lives may be tossed about by external forces, a sudden illness, or outbreak of war, humanity's future is almost entirely within humanity's control. In The Precipice, I examine what I call grand strategy for humanity. I ask what kind of plan would give humanity the greatest chance of achieving our full potential. I divide things into 3 phases. The first great task for humanity is to reach a place of safety, a place where existential risk is low and stays low. I call this existential security. This requires us to do the work commonly associated with reducing existential risk, lowering the risk we face by working to diffuse the various threats. And it also requires putting in place the norms and institutions to ensure existential risk stays low forever. This really is within our power. There appear to be no major obstacles to humanity lasting many millions of generations, if only that were a key global priority. There will be great challenges in getting people to look far enough ahead and to see beyond the parochial conflicts of the day. But the logic is clear, and the moral arguments powerful. It can be done. But that is not the end of our journey. Achieving existential security would give us room to breathe. With humanity's long-term potential secured, we would be past the precipice, free to contemplate the range of futures that lie open before us. And we will be able to take our time to reflect upon what we truly desire, upon which of these visions for humanity would be the best realization of our potential. We shall call this the long reflection. We rarely think this way. We focus on the here and now. Even those of us who care deeply about the long-term future need to focus most of our attention on making sure we have a future. But once we achieve existential security, we will have as much time as we need to compare the kinds of futures available to us and judge which is best. Most work in moral philosophy so far has focused on negatives, on avoiding wrong action and bad outcomes. The study of the positive is at a much earlier stage of development. During the long reflection, we would need to develop mature theories that allow us to compare the grand accomplishments our descendants might achieve with aeons and galaxies as their canvas. While moral philosophy would play a central role, the long reflection would require insights from many disciplines. For it isn't just about determining which futures are best, but which are feasible in the first place, and which strategies are most likely to bring them about. This would require analysis from science, engineering, economics, political theory, and beyond. Our ultimate aim, of course, is the final step, fully achieving humanity's potential. But this can wait upon step 2, the serious reflection about which future is best, and on how to achieve that future without any fatal missteps. And while it wouldn't hurt to begin such reflection now, it is not the most urgent task. To maximize our chance of success, we need first to get ourselves to safety, to achieve existential security. Only we can make sure we get through this period of danger and give our children the very pages upon which they will author our future.
So, as I mentioned earlier, that talk was recorded by Toby to share the ideas in his book, The Precipice, with a wide audience. We now have a second video in which Toby answers some of the many questions that members of the EA community submitted on Toby's Ask Me Anything post on the EA forum. Regrettably, Toby wasn't able to get through all of those questions in 30 minutes, but we hope you'll find his responses insightful and action-guiding. This video was recorded this past Wednesday at the Future of Humanity Institute in Oxford. Asking the questions is Barry Grimes, Events Associate at the Center for Effective Altruism. Here's Toby and Barry.
Hi everyone, we're here at the Future of Humanity Institute with Toby Ord, whose new book, The Precipice, is coming out in America on the 24th of March. And we're going to run through a few questions with Toby over the next 30 minutes or so. We hope you enjoy it. Okay, Toby, so your book is written for a broad audience. What would you like to tell EAs in particular about it?
Yeah, it was a challenge writing it and trying to work out what audience to pitch it to or how to get that to work. In fact, I thought for a while about whether to write an academic book or a trade book. I ended up doing the most serious book you're allowed to do within the trade book. In fact, I don't know how they let me get away with it, but it's 49% end matter, notes and appendices. And because of that, that's actually kind of like my trick for trying to write 2 books in one. So if you read the main text, that takes you through a more streamlined version of all of the arguments. But if you really want to know more, if you want to kind of get to the cutting edge of these things, then if you delve into the appendices and endnotes, then you'll get there. One thing I'd recommend to people, as kind of inside track, is if you find endnotes immensely frustrating, flipping back and forth between them, just put an extra bookmark in the endnotes, and then it's just very easy to just kind of check what's going on. And I made sure to include lots of like additional useful, fascinating material in there. It's not just what page number did this citation come from, and it's something where I think that I've managed to achieve that. So I think that this is both the kind of book that you can give to any interested person, if there are EAs who have friends or family that they've always wanted to explain explain to those people why they care about existential risk. This is a book that could be given to them and should work wonders there. Also hoping to give it to various people in government as well for similar reason. But it's also should take things to the cutting edge in terms of research on existential risk. And then, in addition, I think that a lot of the framing and conversation around existential risk within effective altruism has been not as convincing as it could be. In part, it often kind of ends up with arguments about very small probabilities of very large benefits and things like this, which some people find convincing and some people find utterly unconvincing. And this is something where I've tried hard to show how robust the case is for existential risk, to show that it can be based on these considerations about the long future at stake, but also on other considerations about our past in particular. And some of these other considerations can appeal to a much wider range of people. And I've also, I think, often it's presented in a way that's very contrarian. You might normally think that global poverty is a really important thing, but there's this other issue that could be even more important. But I think that actually there's a way of making the case that just seems very natural and obvious, and I've tried to do that. So I think that I've tried to give a whole lot of ideas here for how EAs can talk about long-termism and existential risk in ways that I hope will be a lot more convincing to the wider world.
Okay, so if you could only convey one idea from your new book to people who are already heavily involved in long-termism, what would it be?
Yeah, I think it's hard to choose, but I think I'd probably say that there's an idea that I have in the book called existential risk factors. And when we normally think about existential risk in our community, we often break it up into kind of vertical silos. We think of asteroids and comets, and then supervolcanoes, pandemics, AI, various other risks. And we kind of try to divide up all of the risk into one of these categories as to what's the principal cause of it. But there's another way to do this, and I was actually inspired a bit by my work earlier in global health. The people studying the global burden of disease had this really clever way of doing things, where at one level they divide up all ill health in the world into vertical silos of the different causes of the ill health, cancer or heart attacks and so on. But they also wanted to be able to ask questions such as, what if you got rid of smoking tomorrow? What would happen to the total amount of ill health in the world? Or what about alcohol use? How does that, how many disability-adjusted life years are due to alcohol use? And so they asked these kind of cross-cutting questions, and they showed that you can just ask those questions quite well, and you can do the same with existential risk. So in this case, you could say something like, what about great power war? I think that's a key risk factor. And you could say, well, how much existential risk is there in the world? And then how much would that go down if we eliminated great power war this century, compared to we have the status quo amount of chance of great power war? And I think that this would actually make a large difference, that it might change it, remove as much as 1/10 of all of the existential risk over the century. And because I think that there is something like a 1 in 6 chance of existential risk this century, I think actually the existential risk would go down by more than a whole percentage point if we got rid of great power war, if that was no longer an issue. And so then you can see that great power war could be in some sense contributing as much existential risk, or more than all natural risks combined, and perhaps more than the current anthropogenic risks all combined. And so I think it's a helpful lens, because we often think about people working either on existential risk or not. And this helps us to see that there are wider kind of causes in society which are doing things which actually are changing existential risk by macroscopic amounts. And so I think that can give us a new lens. And it's also mathematically very nice, because these percentages can be directly compared between risk factors and risks.
Excellent. So on balance, what do you think is the probability that we're close to a hinge of history, either right now or this decade or this century?
So a central idea in the book is the precipice. And this is the name for our time. And my claim in the book, drawing on the work of others, particularly some of the framing on Carl Sagan, is that over the long run of human history, we've always been subject to natural risks. But that gives us a kind of a low baseline or background level of risk. But that human progress has, through the development of advanced technology, starting with nuclear weapons, enabled us to be so powerful that we're now imposing risks upon ourselves which are larger than this background of natural risk. And I think that that's an escalating process as technology improves. And it can't go on forever. If the risk kept increasing beyond the levels I'm talking about, then that would be the end for us within a small number of centuries. But if we could kind of bring it back down again, then we could continue to survive and flourish, and I hope and think that we will. But that is something where, if that story is even kind of roughly right, then this would be the hinge of history. I'm not 100% certain that that story is right. In fact, I guess I hope it isn't. But the evidence does seem quite compelling to me. So I would say, a high chance that this is a hinge of history. Let's say something like 3/4 chance.
Okay, and do you think there are any actions that would obviously decrease existential risk?
Yeah, so there's lots of different actions we can take. The book, they're sprinkled throughout the book. I give some examples. I think a lot of people writing books like this on a new big problem tend to leap to solutions. But it's not always the case that the people who can identify and explain the problems have the best solutions. Often they're at too early a stage to have the right solutions. So I've tried to keep my advice focused to the things that are actually the safest bits of advice. And I list them all kind of together in an appendix if people want to see really just a whole lot of bullet points about things that we can do. I think a couple of good examples that are pretty safe are we should renew the New START nuclear disarmament treaty, which is due to expire next year between the US and Russia. And the signs at the moment suggest that it's not planned to be renewed, which I think is crazy. If you've seen those curves of how nuclear weapons have come down over time, part of this has been New START. And I think that is just robustly decreasing existential risk if we do that. And there are plenty of other things too. In the case of, say, pandemics, I think that developing technology of disease surveillance in order to be able to tell in an environment or in a patient where they've got kind of mysterious symptoms, to be able to work out what pathogens are in them, to sequence them all, and understand if there are any novel pathogens, would be extremely helpful against biological existential risk and would be robustly good in that regard. But we shouldn't always demand that they're things that there's no kind of skeptical argument. You occasionally hear people say, but if we did that, it would kind of lower the cost of going to war. Perhaps if we made better shelters to avoid nuclear winter or something. I think it's relatively unusual that safety things have net negative effects because of how they make people take more risk-seeking behaviors. Normally that only kind of removes some part of the safety that you've created, unless there's something that really appears safe, whose appearance of safe is completely out of whack with the actual safety it grants. Unless they're like that, they probably do improve safety. And the bar shouldn't be, is there any kind of like really skeptical argument that this thing could actually make things worse? It should be on the balance of probabilities, will it make things better on one of the most important problems? And that should be the kind of key question we focus on rather than a kind of super robustness about these things.
Okay, do you think that climate change has been neglected in the EA movement? And what are some options that seem great to you to have a very large impact to stir us in a better direction regarding climate change?
Yeah, I think that it has been neglected within EA. It is the existential risk that receives the most attention overall. I call it an existential risk here. I think that it could be the case that climate change can't really pose an existential catastrophe, that it would only pose a human catastrophe of unprecedented scale, but not existential. That's possible. But it's actually quite hard to rule out that it could lead to the permanent failing of humanity. And that subjective chance that this could be the end is what I think makes something an existential risk. So I do consider it an existential risk. I think that EA has had a rather strange reaction to climate that's not quite right. I was talking to Will McCaskill about this recently, and this is something that he strongly believes. That ultimately the reaction has been, I don't know, it's been more like, oh, I guess that could be important, but we found the numbers on these other things, come and look at these other things that seem to be more important. Whereas actually, these are people who have noticed that they're really taking the long term seriously, and they've noticed that there's a chance of irrevocable losses, perhaps at a merely catastrophic scale, and perhaps at an existential scale. That where things could go wrong for all time. And so they're actually some of the only people in the world who've really got a lot of this message about existential risk and are really feeling it. And it could be that there are other risks which are even higher, or that will be in the near future, and that were even more important to focus on. But in that case, these are people who have got things mostly right, and they're much closer to understanding some of this bigger picture that we're talking about. So I think that the community has been strangely neglectful of such interest by others. And then when it comes to what can we do about climate, I think that because it's not very neglected by the wider community, it's probably the biggest cause for doing good in the world at the moment. I think it's something where we need to focus on some aspects of it that are neglected and that are particularly relevant to existential risk. So in particular, I think focusing on how to quantify the uncertainties about the amount of warming that we'll receive, particularly to do with the climate sensitivity and also the feedback effects. So focusing on extreme warming, how likely is it and what would be the consequences? You sometimes see reports where people have looked at how bad would it be if we had 6 degrees of warming. Unfortunately, we may be able to have substantially more than 6 degrees of warming, and I've never seen reports on that. So trying to understand these types of tail risk possibilities, I think, is the most important way that we could help.
So what's one book that you think most EAs have not yet read, but you think that they should, other than The Precipice, of course?
I think that less than half of EAs have read Doing Good Better by Will MacAskill, which I think is a mistake, and that they should read it. So this is perhaps the most widely read book by EAs, but I think that even more people could read it, as it's something that I think there's people who think, oh, I'm an EA, I know all of this stuff. But certainly when I was reading it, I found stuff that was new to me and that was very good. I think it's very well done. And for people who have already read that and don't like that answer, I would say Algorithms to Live by Brian Christian. It's a fascinating book that tries to, it actually just sounds like a gimmick that look through kind of questions in computer science and the ways that the algorithms in computer science deal with these questions, and then try to apply this to everyday life. But actually, it takes something that could have been a gimmick in other hands and turns it into something that is both very important in how we think about the world and our own lives, and in various cases profound. So that's my other recommendation.
Excellent. Okay, so moving on, there are many ways that technological development and economic growth could potentially affect the long-term future. What do you think is the overall sign of economic growth? Yeah, so I think the way I put the kind of question of technology in the book, and this is, again, something that Carl Sagan said earlier, is that humanity has just seen this massive amounts of technological growth, certainly, explosively since the Industrial Revolution, but also before that, where we moved from being, a typical kind of primate through to, even before the Industrial Revolution, exerting massive control and power over the world. And that the problem that we're in at the moment is, the risks that are the highest are being posed by our technology. But in particular, the issue is not so much a surplus of technology as a deficiency of wisdom. That while technological progress has grown exponentially, that our wisdom has only grown falteringly, if at all. And that what we need is for wisdom to catch up. Now, there could be some solutions to that which involve going slower on technology. And if we were all in it together and the whole world was able to make these decisions in a unified manner, and yet we weren't wise enough to just improve our wisdom, then maybe the answer would be to go a bit slower on technology. But I think that that's something that is that we're particularly, almost no one wants to do. It's very hard to make happen. And I think that if the few people who care about existential risk or the long-term future were to spend their efforts on that would be a real waste of their talents. As to the question about, say, another aspect is that I think that humanity probably can't fulfill our potential without improved technology. I think that that for one thing, the natural risks would get us. We'd probably be doomed to something like, as long as we've had so far, another couple of 100,000 years. But we could survive for millions or hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years, but only through technology. And I think that it's likely that the only ways we can fulfill our potential are through more advanced technology.
So it's a kind of complicated question. It's both causing the current problems, but it's also the solution to the kind of future fulfilling our potential. One could then try to ask some question about, just at the margin, if technology or economic growth were to be kind of improved, were to increase or decrease, would that be good or bad? That's the question of the sign on it. I don't really know the answer to that, but I think in some ways it's kind of the wrong question, because the key is that it's second order. For those people who are focused on making sure that we have a long-term future, that they should do things which are much more directly focused on that, rather than trying to do things which would either enhance or retard growth. So I think that that's the best way to see it, is that whatever the sign is, the effect size is quite small compared to the magnitude of work that's directly on existential risk.
And what are your views on the prioritization of extinction risk versus other long-termist interventions or causes?
So I think that extinction risk, or existential risk more broadly, is the most important area. But I'm not sure of that. I think Nick Beckstead first really raised this question in his PhD thesis, which is still a great work. I'd encourage people to look that up online. As to that a lot of the arguments that existential risk could be hugely important because it affects this entire long-term future could also apply to various other things that affect the entire long-term future. But we know of fewer of these. And while there are many things that affect kind of the whole long-term future, for a lot of them, it could well be the case that if someone just did them a little bit later, they would still affect the long-term future, and the real difference would be this kind of small difference in when it, in covering the first few years. So I'm really unsure about these things, but I think it's an area where I strongly encourage people to do research and try to find out more about it, because we could be missing some really important things there.
Yeah, and we have another talk coming up in the stream from Tyler John about possible other long-termist interventions.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, excellent. And so suppose that your life's work ended up having a negative impact. What's the most likely scenario under which you think this could happen?
This is something that I have been concerned about at various times, both for myself and also thinking through the early days of Given What We Can and CEA. And I think it's easier than people might think for your life's work to end up having a negative impact if you're appropriately counting it, if you're thinking about the counterfactuals. And I think in the types of things I'm doing have pretty robust arguments that they're good. So it's harder to happen in the ways in terms of everything I thought was good turned out to be bad or something like that. But the easiest way for it to happen is if what you do crowds out something better. So I thought a lot about that when writing this book, actually, that I really wanted to make sure that there wasn't anyone else who should be writing the book instead of me. I spent some time researching that, trying to look into it, and talk to a lot of people about it. Because if you do something that's very good, but you crowd out something that was extremely good, then your overall impact could be extremely bad. I don't think that that's the case here, but my guess is that something in that ballpark of somehow getting in the way of something even better is the most likely way that I would end up having negative value, or probably the same for many people watching this.
And if you could convince a dozen of the world's best philosophers who aren't already doing EA-aligned research to work on topics of your choice, which questions would you want them to investigate?
Yeah, I would want them to be thinking about what are the most important moral issues in the world, or what could they be, particularly if we haven't found them all. So if we're if we're missing major aspects of what could be good, then trying to understand that, and also trying to understand how could we be doing something terrible. And that's something that I think is a really important issue. Is a lot of moral philosophy takes practices which are kind of current today. So it looks at something like lying or stealing, or even some kind of subtle practices such as new things that are appearing online, of kind of ways people engage with each other, say fake news or something like that, and then tries to kind of understand that practice and try to get to the bottom of what's wrong with it or right with it, or how it kind of works and what's particular about it. but it's not really asking, maybe there are just a whole lot of practices we're not even engaging in, which are much more important than the things we actually are doing or talking about. So I would try to encourage philosophers to be thinking about things like that. Another kind of aspect, though, and I guess more central, is I'd get them to look at existential risk. I think this is something where there are very few people working on existential risk in general, almost none. This is something that was kind of very apparent to me while writing the book. And there are a large number of key insights about existential risks that have been uncovered over time, and a lot of which appeared in Nick Bostrom's 2002 paper where he introduced existential risk. But there were many before that, and there have been some after. And a lot of these considerations, when you look at them, can be explained in just a sentence or so. They're very kind of clear, and then maybe with an additional paragraph kind of explaining to people why it is so important. And I think that there must be many more of these insights out there, and they're the type of thing that many EAs might be able to find just by thinking seriously about these issues. I think I found a few more while writing the book, and I think that there's more of them out there. So I would encourage philosophers and also other people to search for these insights.
And now, final question for you, Toby. Someone would like to know, what do you like to do during your free time?
Okay, it's been a while since I've had a lot of that. But actually, one thing that has probably been the biggest use of my free time since I started writing on this a few years back is I got really interested in photography of the Earth from space. So you might know there's various famous images like the blue marble image from Apollo 17 and also the Earthrise image. I had just seen some amazing photography of Jupiter and Saturn, and I was like, oh, what are the best photos of the Earth? And I was searching around, and I kept finding that the photos were fairly disappointing. The highlights were blown out. There was just large areas of cloud that would just looked just straight white, and it kind of broke all the rules of good photography. And I thought, oh, surely there are better images of the Earth than this. And I found that ultimately there were very few. All the best images were taken during the Apollo program because humans have to be much further away from the Earth than the space station is in order to get a photo. If this is the Earth, the space station is here. And so the trip to the moon was actually the ideal time. And they also took proper cameras. All of the other photographs taken by a spacecraft are taken with digital cameras where they say, oh, we treated the ultraviolet as if it was blue and the infrared as if it was red, and then we can compose this picture. And it doesn't look how the Earth actually looks. But the Apollo program took Hasselblad cameras and Kodachrome or Ektachrome film. So we actually understand everything about their cameras. They were great cameras. And eventually I found all of these photographs online in archives, and then kind of searched through them. I actually went through more than 15,000 photographs, every photograph from the Apollo program in my evenings, and found that I could actually get some of these and then restore them digitally from the scans and produce images that were substantially better than anything that's publicly available. And it was something where I also found these images that I've never seen versions of, where they were massively overexposed or something on the original. But you could actually correct it all in the darkroom and pull back and get these amazing photographs, or kind of bring to life like what was amazing about these photographs. So that was something that really inspired me. And so I would sit there in the dark looking at these kind of visions of the Earth from space. And actually on the this US front cover, this is one of these images that's from Apollo 12, which produced, I think, the best images of any of the programs. And this is one of these pictures of an Earthrise that I thought was just breathtaking, and somehow managed to convince Hachette to put it on the US cover. So that's trying to restore these things was a kind of spiritual experience. Really trying to take these kind of ethereal moments that people had, these 24 people who'd been to the moon, and to really capture it and bring it back. And I'll be releasing all of those to the public in the future.
Oh, fantastic! So should people go to your website for those?
I'll set something up.
Okay.
Once this stuff with the book has the dust has settled on that, then I'll start up another website, I think, and release them all. And I think that the folks at NASA will be actually pretty excited to get really nice versions of these images that their astronauts took such great versions that it's just a shame that there haven't been kind of like things that really do justice to them. So that's what I've been my focus.
And thank you very much for making time to do this recording for us, Toby. We've got lots of people watching at home all across the world who I'm sure will really have enjoyed listening to you answering those questions. I believe as well you'll be doing a written AMA later this year.
Yeah.
So look out for that coming later this year.
Yeah.
But otherwise, thank you very much, Toby, and we'll hand you back to the MC.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. I'm joined in the home studio now by Amy and baby Ernie. That's E-A-R-N-I-E for those of you spelling at home. Yeah, say hi, baby. He's excited to be here. It's been great to see comments coming in on YouTube from viewers all around the world. We've got folks watching in the United States, Canada, Europe, Egypt, Hong Kong, New Zealand, the Philippines, and more. And a few people have been asking if the videos will be available after the broadcast. The answer to that question is yes. All of the videos from today's broadcast will be published individually on the CEA YouTube channel at the end of the broadcast. Thanks also to Brian Tan for setting up the collaborative note-taking document. You can find the link to that document in the EA forum. That's right. Yeah. It's about 2:30 a.m. in the morning in the Philippines right now. So that's true dedication from Brian. Now, just a quick reminder that Toby's book, The Precipice, is available to buy on Amazon right now. And you can also visit theprecipice.com for more resources, to sign up for Toby's newsletter, and to download chapter 1 of the book for free. If you want to dig deeper, Toby's latest episode of the 80,000 Hours podcast is also out now. There, he discusses some of the most interesting ideas in much more detail. Toby will also be doing a full written AMA later in the year. So, now that we've heard Toby's broad overview of existential risk, let's look at one of those risks in more detail: nuclear security. Carl Robichaux is a program officer in international peace and security at the Carnegie Corporation of New York, where he manages a portfolio of grants to strengthen nuclear security. In this capacity, he heads the corporation's work on strengthening nuclear governance and investing in the next generation of nuclear experts. So, enjoy this talk from Carl Robichaux.
Hi, my name's Carl Robichaux. Good to join you all virtually. And I'm going to be talking today about nuclear war in the 21st century. I'm a program officer at Carnegie Corporation of New York, where I do grant making on international peace and security issues, and I lead our nuclear security grant making. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the risk of nuclear war in the context of effective altruism. I want to start with the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's a story most of us are familiar with, though few people know the whole story. In October 1962, U.S. imagery analysts noticed suspicious activity, and they conclude that the Soviets are deploying missiles to Cuba. Once in place, these nuclear missiles could hit much of the East Coast, including Washington, in a matter of minutes. Now, the U.S. was fortunate in a couple ways here. We detected the missiles in time, and we had intel that they weren't yet operational. There was a window to act. Kennedy gathered his advisors in an executive committee of the National Security Council. They were nearly united in recommending a military response, either a preemptive military strike that would involve bombing the missile sites or a full-scale invasion of Cuba. Kennedy, fearing a spiral into nuclear war, didn't take their advice. Instead, he ordered a quarantine, an embargo that would prevent further material from arriving to the island. Scholars have written that nuclear deterrence is not so much a test of power as it is a test of resolve. For 13 days, each side tested the other side's resolve by stepping closer to the point of no return and signaling that they would not back down. There were tense back-channel exchanges. There were ambiguous telegrams. At one point, the U.S. suspected a coup in the Kremlin. It wasn't clear who was in charge. And at the height of the crisis, An American U-2 surveillance plane piloted by Rudolph Anderson Jr. was shot down. Again, Kennedy's military advisors called for airstrikes against Cuba's air defenses the following morning. But the president correctly suspected that Khrushchev had not authorized the shoot-down, and he continued to push for diplomacy. The world held its breath as Soviet ships approached the embargo line. And then they turned back. At the moment of truth, Khrushchev had blinked, and the missiles were removed. And we later learned that the US had struck a secret deal to remove the Jupiter missiles from Turkey that, from the Russian perspective, had precipitated the whole crisis. And for 40 years, that's the story we knew. Then the Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet archives opened up, historians scoured newly released documents, and one of our grantees, the National Security Archive Fund, held an oral history workshop to capture firsthand recollections. What we learned was that the crisis was even worse than we had thought. US intelligence was right about the SS-4 medium-range missiles. They weren't yet operational. But what they didn't know at that time was that there were already 158 Soviet nuclear warheads of 5 types already in Cuba. Of these weapons, about 90 to 100 warheads were readily available for use. This included a dozen short-range nuclear rockets called Lunas or Frogs, as well as 80 warheads for land attack cruise missiles, the FKR-1 Meteor. These weapons were positioned for use against the US naval base at Guantanamo and against any amphibious force that sought to storm the Cuban beaches. If Kennedy had authorized an invasion of Cuba, as his advisors had recommended, this is what they would have walked into. And once nuclear weapons killed US soldiers, the pressure for a full nuclear response would have been intense. Now, what about the blockade, the safer course of action that Kennedy took? Was this a case of cooler heads prevailing, as it's sometimes described? Perhaps, but the embargo also created enormous risks that we didn't fully appreciate at the time. We now know that the Soviet ships running the embargo were accompanied by diesel-powered submarines, each armed with a nuclear-tipped torpedo. As they approached the blockade, US destroyers started dropping depth charges to force them to surface. These submarines were cut off from surface communication. They had no idea what was happening above them. The captain of the B-59, Valentin Savitsky, believed a war might already have started. He ordered the use of the nuclear torpedo. Now, normally, submarine orders only require the captain to get authorization from the political officer, who had agreed to launch. However, the commodore of the fleet, Vasily Arkhipov, happened to be aboard the ship, and the captain also had to get his approval. Arkhipov was the only officer against the launch, but he prevailed, averting nuclear war. We owe him a great debt. Arthur Schlesinger, an advisor to Kennedy at the time and a historian, wrote of the Cuban Missile Crisis that this was not only the most dangerous moment in the Cold War, it was the most dangerous moment in human history. I wanted to revisit the story of the Cuban Missile Crisis because I think it surfaces some hard truths about the way we practice nuclear deterrence, the way we practiced it during the Cold War, and the way we're likely to practice it in the 21st century. And there are a couple difficult facts that we need to come to terms with. First, in future nuclear crises, leaders will be forced to make high-stakes decisions under intense time pressure. Decades of cognitive research suggest that people under this kind of duress do not perform well. Second, these decisions will be made under deep uncertainty. Intelligence is inherently unreliable. We thought we knew that the Soviets were doing, but we didn't. The captain of the nuclear-armed submarine thought that the war had already started. Now, since 1962, our ability to gather and communicate information has improved, but so has the capacity to confuse, to spoof, to obfuscate. The fog of war is inherent in any conflict, but few conflicts have such high stakes. Third, the fact that nuclear weapons create high-stakes decisions under duress is not a bug in the system. It is the system. Nuclear deterrence, at least the way we practice it, is designed to elevate the level of risk, so your adversary has no choice but to back down. To achieve your goals, even fairly modest goals, you must be willing to risk nuclear war. When you look at it this way, so long as nuclear weapons are central to a country's national security, this risk is essentially irreducible. The type of brinksmanship we saw during the Cuban Missile Crisis will play out again and again in future high-stakes conflicts between nuclear-armed adversaries. Schlesinger and many others believe the Cuban Missile Crisis was the most dangerous moment of the Cold War, and is widely considered the moment when nuclear weapons were closest to being used. But if risk is probability times consequence, then 1962 probably can't mark the high point. The superpowers would continue an arms race that would lead to several orders of magnitude more devastation available at the push of a button. In the years that followed the crisis, the US and Russia continued to stockpile thermonuclear weapons, each 100 times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Both sides added long-range ballistic missiles, nuclear-armed cruise missiles capable of striking within 10 to 30 minutes of a launch order. And we had a number of close calls. Now, this slide is only a selection of the most serious close calls, and they're only the ones we know about. Of course, not all 9 of the nuclear weapon states have a Freedom of Information Act. As you can see, these close calls range from technical failures to command and control failures to intelligence failures. These weak points will remain into the future. But in the 21st century, deterrence is going to get even more complicated. Now, the first new complication is cyber. We know that the US, Russia, and China regularly penetrate each other's supposedly secure networks, and this applies to command and control systems as well. Don't think we'll ever know the details, but suffice it to say that in a crisis, a national leader will have to proceed on the premise that some key systems might be compromised. The second new complication results from the digital revolution, which has driven step change improvements in surveillance, communications, and accuracy. During the Cold War, nuclear arsenals could only be threatened by nuclear weapons. Today, missiles are more accurate and surveillance systems more effective. States like North Korea and China, with relatively small nuclear forces, now fear their nuclear weapons might be vulnerable to a disarming strike by conventional weapons or by a precision nuclear strike. Now, US forces are less capable than these countries fear, but their worst-case planning has consequences. A third complication is from artificial intelligence. As AI is increasingly integrated into all aspects of warfighting, it's only a matter of time before it becomes entwined in early warning and decision-making systems. And there may be a temptation to turn over launch authority to an AI system. This would have the benefit, in some view, of binding the hands of leadership and creating a very credible commitment to use nuclear weapons if certain red lines were crossed. Given what we know about the reliability and explainability of AI systems, not to mention potential vulnerabilities to adversarial action, this is a terrifying prospect. The bottom line is that relying on nuclear deterrence has always been extremely risky, and future technological developments are likely to increase rather than decrease these risks. Nuclear systems are designed to respond promptly and to always fire when authorization comes. This inherently compresses decision-making time. Even today, when the US has a secure second strike deterrent and a well-developed command and control system, we would be lucky if a US president had 18 minutes to decide whether or not to use nuclear weapons after a launch was first detected. These are complex systems that involve human judgment in the interaction of multiple technological systems under time pressure. And one thing we know about these sorts of systems is that, given enough time, they're destined to fail. By skill or by luck, we avoided nuclear war during the Cold War, and the issue went away as a matter of public concern. But the weapons didn't go away. Today, 15,000 strategic nuclear weapons still exist. 95% of them are in the hands of the US and Russia. In the last remaining treaty limiting their numbers, New START, is due to expire in January 2021. The number of deployed warheads has dropped dramatically after the Cold War, but that's misleading. There's no causal relationship between the number of deployed nuclear weapons and the probability of a nuclear war. If you really want to assess the likelihood of nuclear weapons will be used, you need to look at doctrine and war plans. How would these weapons be used in a conflict? What guardrails are in place to prevent accidental or unauthorized use? How good is our intelligence, our command and control, our communications? The unfortunate reality is that the US and Russia continue to rely heavily on nuclear weapons, which they see as essential to preventing war and to retaining their primacy. Relying on nuclear deterrence has always been risky, but it's getting riskier because of increased geopolitical tensions and rapid technological change. I first learned about these risks at Wesleyan University, where I happened to take a course with Jonathan Schell, who is an extraordinary teacher and writer. Nuclear issues seemed to me incredibly important and surprisingly neglected by my peers and by the broader political conversation. Since then, I've devoted my professional life to reducing nuclear risks. For the past 12 years, I've been a program officer at Carnegie Corporation of New York, where I lead our nuclear security grant making. When people learn that I work on nuclear weapons, they often ask, how can I sleep at night? Some assume that I'm a pessimist. I work on nuclear weapons because I'm an optimist. I've seen the extraordinary progress of the past 50 years in health, human rights, connectivity, the digital revolution that has allowed us to solve seemingly impossible problems, to unlock the human genome. If human history is a book 500 pages long, you wouldn't get to the Industrial Revolution until page 499. Antibiotics arrive on page 500. The internet and the digital revolution arrive in the last paragraph. Our capacity to solve problems and lead fulfilling lives is greater than ever before. And I can't wait to read the next chapter. But unless we manage nuclear weapons, we won't have a next chapter, or at least a chapter any of us would want to read. Now, whether nuclear weapons are an existential risk or just a catastrophic risk is an important question. It's one that's been discussed here. It's worth examining. But for me, nuclear war is bad enough, even if it doesn't lead to full extinction. It would still be an unprecedented level of death and suffering. Now, we certainly face a lot of challenges, from climate change and pandemics to inequality and animal suffering. But I'm optimistic that we can solve these problems if we can just buy ourselves some more time. On page 500 of the human story, nuclear weapons arrive. They're the first technology that might allow humans the ability to extinguish ourselves. They won't be the last. But it's worth noting that all of the close calls and near misses have come in a very brief time frame. Now, in my view, from an effective altruism perspective, I think there's a good case to be made that reducing the risk of nuclear war is an attractive cause. First, nuclear weapons are largely neglected by philanthropy. All philanthropic investments on nuclear weapons issues worldwide total less than $50 million per year. Think about that. Jeff Bezos just announced he was giving $10 billion to climate change, which is already a relatively well-funded cause. If you're looking to invest your time, your energy, your money, your talent into a neglected cause, I think you could do worse than nuclear weapons. Of course, governments spend a lot on nuclear weapons, but only a tiny fraction of that money and effort is spent to reduce the risk of nuclear war. The lion's share is spent on the weapons themselves or on the systems that enable them. The US will spend well over $1 trillion over the coming decades to rebuild the full nuclear triad. So will other nuclear-armed states. Some argue that this is, in fact, an investment to prevent nuclear war, since deterrence must be credible to be effective. Others argue that argument is circular. Without nuclear weapons, there's no risk of nuclear war. Now, governments also spend quite a bit on preventing the spread of nuclear weapons, which does reduce some risks of nuclear war, but doesn't really address the central problem. They also spend money on preventing nuclear terrorism. I'm happy to discuss why I see these as valid investments at some point, but if you're talking about money spent to prevent nuclear war, it's a very small number indeed. Second, the threat of nuclear weapons is here. It's not hypothetical, it's not speculative. Policymakers understand that nuclear weapons are significant. They might not understand how significant they are, or what risks we are running, how risky the status quo is, or how to reduce those risks. And in some ways, the problem is not what we don't know, it's that what we know is wrong. That said, policymakers do understand this is a threat, and it's harder to make the case for some of the other issues that concern me, like climate change, advanced artificial intelligence, or biotechnology. With nuclear weapons, the threat is not speculative, it's already here. These are tangible devices. They were made by humans, and they can be unmade by us as well. Third, when it comes to nuclear policy, a relatively small number of decision makers hold the keys. If you can change the views of a few dozen people in key positions, you can have an outsized impact. In the US, this would be the President, the Secretary of Defense, a few key members of the National Security Council and the Joint Chiefs, a few members of Congress on the relevant committees. In fact, there's a lot that the President could do just by themselves, such as adopting a policy of no first use that would have a tremendously salutary effect. In some countries, the set of key decision makers is even smaller. This makes nuclear risk different from the diffuse collective action problems, in which no one's really in charge. Together, I think these factors make nuclear weapons an attractive cause for philanthropic action. Nuclear war is high consequence, the issue is tangible, it's neglected, and there are a small number of decision makers that could have an outsized impact. Now, of course, I'm a little biased in this direction, and I want to approach this issue with intellectual modesty. My assumptions could be wrong. For one thing, I may be overestimating the tractability of the issue. After all, President Obama came to office arguing we should take a variety of sensible nuclear steps and was largely frustrated by the bureaucracy. And of course, this is not just a US problem. Russia, China, North Korea, Israel, Pakistan, Israel, India, the UK, and France, they all get a vote. And nuclear weapons are so enmeshed in their sense of security and national identity that it's hard to make changes. And of course, there's no constituency pushing for nuclear reforms. That said, there are a number of practical steps to reduce nuclear risk that are not at all radical. Some of our grantees have developed excellent detailed proposals that would make us safer. And when circumstances change, these could easily be implemented. They include things like no first use, a joint pledge not to target command and control via cyber attack, or simply extending the New START Treaty, which the US and Russian presidents could do today with the stroke of a pen. Ultimately, the only way to reduce the risk of nuclear war to zero is to eliminate nuclear weapons. The road there is long, steep, and narrow, but it starts with marginalizing and delegitimizing these weapons. I believe that philanthropy on nuclear issues can work because I've seen it work. The Nunn-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program is one example. This program limited the spread of nuclear and biological materials after the fall of the Soviet Union. It was a remarkable initiative that made us safer, and dollar for dollar is among the best investments in national security. And it probably never would have happened without the initial studies and the pilot projects that were sponsored by foundations, including the Carnegie Corporation of New York. And finally, for the early career people in the audience, I would encourage you to consider a career in the nuclear security space. It's a less crowded space than some of the alternatives where you can have a really high impact early in your career. You can build a lot of career capital, and it's an intellectually rich and meaningful opportunity. And if anyone's interested in that, I'd be happy to discuss.
Thanks to Carl for that overview of what's happening in nuclear security. We now move to a talk from Rohin Shah, who will be updating us on what's happening in the field of AI alignment. Rohin is a sixth-year PhD student in computer science working at the Center for Human Compatible AI at UC Berkeley. While Rohin started his PhD working on program synthesis, he was convinced that it's really important to build safe, aligned AI, and so he moved to Chai at the start of his fourth year. He now thinks about how to provide specifications of good behavior in ways other than reward functions, especially ones that don't require much human effort. Rohin is best known for the Alignment newsletter, a weekly publication with recent content relative to AI alignment that now has over 1,700 subscribers. Rohin recorded this talk earlier in the week, and he'll be available live to answer any questions in the AI safety channel in Slack throughout the talk. Now here's Rohin Shah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rohin Shah. I'm a sixth-year PhD student at the Center for Human Compatible AI at UC Berkeley. My research is generally on what happens when you try to do deep reinforcement learning in environments that involve humans somehow. And more broadly, I work on technical AI safety. I also write the Alignment newsletter. And today I'll be talking to you about what's been happening in AI alignment. I should warn you, while this talk doesn't assume any technical knowledge of AI, it does assume basic familiarity with the arguments for AI risk. I'll be surveying a broad swath of work rather than focusing on the things I'm personally interested in. I'm hoping that this will let you figure out what parts of AI alignment you personally feel most excited by and want to delve into deeper later. A lot of the talk is based on a literature review I wrote a couple of months ago. And so you can find references and details in this link in the top right corner. It's just going to stay there for the rest of the talk. Yeah, and so with that, let's get started. So at a very high level, outside view, the reason that like most people work on AI safety is that powerful AI systems are going to be a big deal. They're going to radically transform the world that we live in. And so we should probably be putting in some effort into making sure that this sort of transformative effect goes well. In particular, if AI systems are smarter than us, then they could become the dominant force on the planet, which would be, well, could be bad for us. In the same way that like gorillas are probably not stoked about how we have like taken over all of their habitats. And so this doesn't necessarily mean that there will be X risk. It just says that we should have a good technical reason to expect that the powerful AI systems we build are actually beneficial for us. And I would argue that we currently do not have such a reason. And so like the case for working on AI alignment is that we really should be creating this reason. And I wanted to note that like, while there's a lot of disagreement on many specific sub-questions in AI safety, and that will become a bit more evident over the rest of this talk, at least on this basic high-level argument, my impression is that basically everybody in the field agrees with it, agrees with this high-level outside view argument. Okay, so what are the specific risks we're worried about with AI? One issue you might be worried about is that humans aren't really ready to deal with the impacts of AI. So humans tend to fight a lot right now. There's like some amount of conflict. People keep talking about like how the US-China relationship is a big deal. And AI is just going to let us have better and better ways of fighting. Seems pretty bad. Like maybe we just are our fights have bigger and bigger impacts on us, and maybe at some point this actually leads to extinction level events. Or perhaps AI leads to technological progress at too fast a rate for us to get accustomed to. And as a result, maybe we lock in some suboptimal values, and that's a way that we could get path dependence. So in both of these stories, the AI system isn't intentionally causing X risk, but nonetheless, X risk does perhaps happen. I'm not going to focus too much on them. I'll just note that like some ideas that people are talking about are preference aggregation. So in this, with this idea, you would have the AI system aggregate the preferences over, all of the stakeholders, and then everyone would agree to just like let the AI system do its thing, and then wouldn't fight with the results of whatever the AI system does. And similarly, we could try and figure out better meta philosophy so that we don't have problems like value lock-in. Okay. Another outside view that people use, besides just like, man, powerful AI is a big deal, is that optimization in particular leads to extreme outcomes. Like, to take a very simple example, on average, at least in the US, men are about 5 feet 10 inches tall. But if you look at basketball players who are selected for height, you're going to find that not very many of them are 5'10", and most are in fact well over 6 feet. The point here is that when you select for something, when you have optimization pressure, you tend to get extreme outcomes. And powerful AI systems are going to be very powerful optimizers. And as a result, we probably shouldn't expect our everyday reasoning to properly account for what these optimizers are going to do. And so we need to take more of a security mindset, where we look for arguments that quantify over every possibility, as opposed to the average possibility. So this sort of mindset inspires researchers, especially at MIRI, to try to understand how intelligence really works, so that we could then make well-designed AI systems that we understand. And so this has led to research on embedded agency, partial agency, and abstraction. A little bit about embedded agency. This is like one of MIRI's main research programs. And the basic idea is that in the sort of standard model of reinforcement learning and AI more generally, there is an environment which takes in actions and produces observations and rewards. And then completely separately from the environment, there is the agent that sees these observations and takes actions as a result. And this is not actually how agents actually work. I am presumably an agent, but I am not separated from the environment of the world. I am a part of it. And this leads to many problems many philosophical problems. I would love to go into more detail, but don't have too much time. There's a great sequence on the alignment forum about this. I strongly recommend it. Cool. The next problem I want to talk about is probably the most familiar one to people in this audience. I call it the specification problem. It's also called outer alignment. Basically, with this problem, is that the way we build AI systems right now is to assume that we have some sort of specification of the optimal behavior in all possible situations that is infallible, as though it were handed down to us from God. And then given this specification, we have to figure out how to meet it. And of course, we can never actually get the specification. The classic paperclip maximizer example shows that it's pretty hard to specify the behavior of make paperclips in a reasonable and sane way. Turns out that that's quite hard to actually specify. This is also the main problem that Stuart Russell's new book, Human Compatible, talks about in terms of who's working on the problem, Chai, OpenAI, DeepMind, Auth. They're all doing work on this problem. Not necessarily just this problem, but certainly some part of their work is on solving the specification problem. The main proposed way of solving the specification problem is to do some form of value learning. And one thing I want to note value over here doesn't necessarily mean normative value. You don't necessarily need to be thinking about population ethics here. It totally would count as value learning if you had a robot that like learned how to clean your room and then reliably cleaned your room. Like that totally is value learning. Maybe we should be calling it specification learning, but value learning seems to be the name that is stuck. So types of value learning. SERL, or assistance games. The SERL stands for Cooperative Inverse Reinforcement Learning. This is a particular formalization of how you could do value learning, in which the world contains a single human who knows the like reward function, the true specification, but for some reason can't communicate it explicitly to the robot, to the agent. And then there is also an agent whose goal is to infer what the human's specification is and then optimize for it. And because now you don't have a definite, because the agent no longer has a definite specification that it's trying to optimize, and it's instead uncertain over what it's trying to optimize, this gets you a lot of like nice properties. So for example, the agent will ask you about what you want. It'll try to clarify what your preferences are. If you try to shut it down, it will reason that it must have been doing a poor job of helping you, and so it's going to allow you to shut it down. Unlike a classic expected utility maximizer, which will say, nope, I'm not going to shut down because if I am shut down, then it's like, then I can't achieve my goal. So that's SERL, or assistance games. The unfortunate thing about assistance games is that they are very, very, very computationally intractable. It's very expensive to solve a SERL game. In addition, it requires you to know, to have a good model of how human preferences relate to human behavior, which, as many of the social sciences will tell you, is a very, very difficult problem. And there is a theorem that says it is provably impossible in the like super general case, though of course we don't actually need super general case. We only need the case that actually applies in the real world. And that, instead of being provably impossible, is merely very, very difficult. Yeah. So after SERL, we have learning human intent. This is basically a broad category of possible ways, possible communication protocols that a human could use to communicate the specification to the agent. So perhaps a human could demonstrate the like optimal behavior to the agent, and then the agent could learn from that what it's supposed to do. So this is the idea behind inverse reinforcement learning and imitation learning. Alternatively, perhaps the human could evaluate proposed hypothetical behaviors that the agent could execute, and then the agent could reason over basically what the human said was good in order to figure out what it should be doing. So after that, let's come to intent alignment, or corrigibility. These are somewhat different. While the previous approaches are like trying to specify an algorithm that learns values, with intent alignment, we're instead trying to build an agent that tries to do what we want it to do. So to put it another way, we're trying to bake into the agent a motivation to be helpful to us. And so if we then have this agent that is like, all I want to do is to be helpful to Rohan, that's going to naturally motivate it to do all of these other things that we want it to do. So for example, it's going to try to clarify what my preferences are in the same way that like a good personal assistant would try to figure out what my preferences over flights are, so that he or she didn't have to bother me when I asked them to like book me a flight. Yeah, cool. So that's a sort of broad spectrum of approaches to value learning. However, there are still a few problems that arise. So intuitively, one big problem is that since the agent is learning from our feedback, it's not going to be able to do better than we can do. It's not going to be able to scale to superhuman performance. So if we're demonstrating the task to the agent, it's not going to be able to perform the task any better than us, because nothing is giving it the information of like how to do better than us. Similarly, if we're evaluating the agent's behavior, it won't be able to find good behaviors that we wouldn't recognize as good. So like an example of like where we might have cared about this is AlphaGo's move 37. This was a pretty famous move that AlphaGo made, which seemed really, really crazy to humans. No human would have like ever done this move. I think it was assigned to like less than 1 in 10,000 chance. And yet that move ended up being crucial to AlphaGo's success. And why could AlphaGo do this? Because AlphaGo wasn't relying on our ability to tell whether or not a particular move was good. AlphaGo was just relying on the fact that there was a reward function that told it when it had won and when it had lost. And that was a perfect specification of like what counts as winning or losing in Go. So ideally, we would like to build super intelligent AI systems that can actually exceed human performance at tasks, but it's not clear how we do this with value learning. The key idea that lets current approaches get around this is that, sure, our AI systems are never going to exceed the like supervision that we give them, but maybe we can train our AI systems to approximate what we would do if we had a very, very, very long time to think. So you could imagine as a hypothetical, if I got 1,000 years to think about what the best thing to do was, and then I like told the AI system, hey, this is what the best thing to do is in this scenario, and the AI system like properly approximated this, then that would be, but like it could do it in a couple of minutes as opposed to 1,000 years. That would be presumably very, very super intelligent. So the details for how we take this insight and get to an algorithm that we can actually train in not 1,000 years, the details are a bit involved, and I'm not going to go into them. But the like techniques to look out for are iterated amplification, debate, and recursive reward modeling. Cool. So that was one problem with value learning. Another problem with value learning is the informed oversight problem. This problem is basically that even if we are providing supervision to the agent, and even if we're smarter than the agent that we're training, let's just take that as a given for now, if we don't understand why the agent chose an action, we won't be able to effectively supervise it. So the classic example for this problem is consider an agent that's tasked to write a new novel. Perhaps it's got access to a library where it's supposed to learn about how to write books, and it can use this in order to write a new novel. But like the new novel is supposed to be actually new, not just memorizing some novel from the library and spitting it back out again. But like it's possible that the agent just like looks at 5 books in the library, plagiarizes a bunch from all of them, puts that together into a book that like reads very nicely to us, but doesn't really solve the task because it was plagiarized. How are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to tell the agent that this was bad? If we can't actually see that the agent was looking at these 5 books and like stealing sentences from them, then in order to catch this, we'd have to read the entire library, all the like thousands of books to like search for any evidence of the agent plagiarizing. And this seems like just way more expensive than this seems too expensive for oversight. Yeah. And right. So the overall problem is that it may be way more costly for us to give oversight than it is for the agent to take actions if we cannot see how the agent is taking those actions. So the key idea to solve this is, it's almost obvious. It's just make sure you know how the agent is taking their actions. And there's, again, a bunch of details on how exactly we think about this, but the term to look for is ascription universality. Basically, this property means that the supervisor knows everything that the agent knows, including any facts about how the agent chose its output. And so then if we were ascription universal with respect to the agent, then we would know that then we would know that it had like taken these sentences from these 5 books because the agent knows that. And if we knew that, then we could appropriately penalize it and tell it not to plagiarize in the future. How do we get this property? Sadly, I'm not going to tell you because, again, limited time, but there's a great set of blog posts and a summary in the alignment newsletter. And all of this is linked to from, once again, that link in the top right corner. Really, I just want you to read that link. It's like a great, I put in a lot of work. I think it's good. Cool. All right, let's move on to another top level problem. So this will be the problem of MESA optimization. So I'm going to illustrate MESA optimization with a non-AI example. So let's suppose you're searching over a space of programs, like programs in just some programming language, let's say Python. And we're looking for a program that plays tic-tac-toe well. And so you're searching through these programs, and initially you like find some programs that have good heuristics, like maybe you find a program that like always starts at the center square, and that one tends to like win a little more often than the other ones. And then later maybe you find a program that like makes sure that anytime it's got 2 in a row and the third spot is empty, it like actually plays in that third spot so that it ensures that it wins if it can in one step. And that one starts to win a bit more. But then eventually, at some point, you come across the minimax algorithm. And the minimax algorithm plays optimally by searching for the best action to take in every situation. And so what happened here was that your outer optimization, your search over the space of programs, ended up finding a program that was itself an optimizer that searched over possible moves in tic-tac-toe. And so this is the idea of MESA optimization. You have some sort of base optimizer, in this case, the search over programs. And in the course of running, that base optimizer then finds a new optimizer, which in this case is the minimax algorithm. Cool. So why is this relevant to AI? This is just some weird thing about programs. Well, in the AI case, often we think about AI systems that are trained using gradient descent. And gradient descent is an optimization algorithm that searches over the space of neural net parameters to find some set of parameters that performs well on some loss function. Let's say that gradient descent is the outer optimizer in our MESA optimizer story. It seems pretty plausible that like this MESA optimization thing could happen even with gradient descent, where gradient descent finds an instantiation of the neural net parameters such that then the neural net itself, when it runs, is performing some sort of optimization. Then the neural net would be a MESA optimizer that is optimizing some sort of objective, which we would call the MESA objective. And while we know that the MESA objective should lead to similar behavior as the like original objective on the training distribution, because that's what it was selected to do, it may be arbitrarily different off of the training distribution. So like if you trained it on tic-tac-toe, then like you know it's going to win at tic-tac-toe. But then maybe if you like switch to Connect 4, it might do something crazy. Maybe in Connect 4, it still only looks for 3 in a row instead of 4 in a row. And so it like loses pretty badly at Connect 4, even though it was working well with tic-tac-toe. So if this happened with gradient descent and we got a like very powerful intelligent agent, intelligent neural net that was even if we had like solved the specification problem and like had the like ideal reward function to train this agent, it might be that the neural net model that we come up with is optimizing for a different objective, which may once again be misaligned with what we actually want. And this sort of outer-inner distinction is why the specification problem is called outer alignment and why MESA optimization is called inner alignment. Cool. So what are the things that people do to solve MESA optimization? Well, there's one main proposal and one kind of sort of proposal. The main proposal is adversarial training. adversarial training, the basic idea is that rather than training a single AI system that's trying to perform well on your specification, you instead have both, you continue to train that system as usual, but you also have an adversary, an AI system or AI human team that's like trying to find situations in which the agent you're training would perform badly or would be optimizing for something that is different from the specification problem. In the case where you're trying to get a corrigible AI system, maybe your adversary is looking for situations in which the AI system like manipulates you or deceives you into thinking something is true when it is actually false. And then if you can find all such situations and penalize the agent for them, then the agent will like stop behaving badly on those situations. And if you are actually able to find all of these situations, then you'll have an agent that robustly does the right thing across all settings. Verification would take a trained agent and then verifies some or the other property that you care about with that agent. Now, ideally, we would like to say, I have formally verified that the agent is going to reliably pursue the specification that I outlined. Whether this is actually possible or not, whether people are like actually optimistic or not, I'm like not totally clear on. But it is a plausible approach that one could take. There are also like other areas of research that are related to like not obviously solutions. So in particular, robustness to distributional shift is pretty important because the way that you get risk in with MESA optimization is by distributional shift, because on your training distribution, your agent is going to perform well. It's only when the world changes that things could plausibly go badly. Okay. A sort of notable thing that's missing from this is interpretability. I haven't really talked about it yet. So interpretability is a field of research which is trying to make sure that we can understand the AI systems that we train. The reason I haven't included it yet is because it's sort of useful for everything. So like, for example, you could use interpretability to help your adversary figure out in what situations your agent is going to do bad things. And this would help adversarial training work better. But it's also useful for interpretability to do value learning so that you can provide better feedback on the agent. If you like better understand what the agent is doing, you can better correct it. And it's like especially relevant to informed oversight or ascription universality. So it's sort of this like not obviously a solution in and of itself, but makes other solutions way better. Yeah. So these are all of the techniques that are trying to like align AI systems. There's also the option of just trying to prevent catastrophes. Like maybe the AI system will be useful, maybe it won't be. Someone else is going to deal with that. What we're going to do is just stop it from like killing everybody. That's the main thing that we want to do. And so approaches here include impact regularization, where the AI system is penalized for having large impacts on the world. So some techniques here are relative reachability and attainable utility preservation. And the hope here would be that you could create powerful AI systems that can do, somewhat impactful things, like maybe providing advice on writing new laws, but like wouldn't be able to do extremely impactful things like engineer a pandemic that kills everybody. And so even if the AI system were like motivated to harm us, the impact penalty would prevent it from doing something truly ridiculous, truly catastrophic. Other things that people think about, oracles. The idea here is to restrict the AI system's action space so that all it does is like answer questions. This doesn't immediately provide you safety, but hopefully it like makes it a lot makes it a lot harder for an AI system to cause a catastrophe, or you could try to box the AI system so that it cannot have much of an impact on the world. And one example of recent work on this is BOMI, or boxed myopic artificial intelligence. And the idea there is to like put both the human and the AI system in a box so that they have no communication with the outside world while the AI system is operating. And then the AI system shuts down, the human leaves the box and is like able to use any information that the AI system gave them. Cool. So that's most of what I have in this like problem solution format. There's also a bunch of other work on AI safety and AI alignment that's like not so easily categorized as problems and solutions. So for example, there's work on safe exploration, adversarial examples, uncertainty. These all seem like pretty relevant to AI alignment, but not sort of obvious where exactly in this graph they fit, at least to me. So I haven't put them in. And there's also a lot of work on forecasting, which is extremely relevant to what sorts of research agendas you want to pursue. So for example, there's been a lot of disagreement on whether or not there will be discontinuities in AI progress, whether there will at some point in the future be a time at which AI capabilities shoot up in a way that you couldn't have predicted by extrapolating past progress. Another common disagreement is whether advanced AI systems will look like comprehensive AI services, which basically, very, very short description. There are just a lot of services. Each task that you might want an AI system to do is performed by one service. You don't have like a single agent that's like doing all of the tasks. Or you could, on the other hand, imagine a single monolithic agent, AI agent that like is able to do all tasks. So which of these two worlds are we likely to live in? That's another disagreement. And then a like third disagreement is whether it is possible to get to powerful AI systems by just like increasing the amounts of compute that we use with current methods, or do we actually need some like deep insights in order to figure out, in order to get to powerful AI systems? Yeah, and as I said, this is all very relevant to like deciding what sort of research you want to do. Many research agendas only make sense under some possible worlds. And if you can find out that you're not in that possible, that world is like not very likely, then maybe you switch to a different research agenda. Cool. And yeah, with that, that concludes my talk. Again, there's the link in the top right corner, tinyurl.com/alignment2019. That's a link to the literature review that I wrote. There's both a short version and a long version. I really encourage you to read it. It goes into more detail than I could in this presentation. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you to Rohan for that overview of the technical AI safety field. We now move on to look at the governance of artificial intelligence with Ben Garfinkel and Marcus Anderlung from the Center for the Governance of AI and the Future of Humanity Institute in Oxford. Marcus focuses on growing the center, contextualizing their research for key stakeholders, and acting as an enabler for and contributor to the center's research. He has a background in history and philosophy of science with a focus on the philosophy of economics and evidence-based policy. He has several years' experience in management consulting, and before joining GovAI, Marcus was the executive director of Effective Altruism Sweden. Ben Garfinkel is a research fellow at the Future of Humanity Institute and a DPhil student at Oxford's Department of Politics and International Relations. Ben's research interests include the security and privacy implications of artificial intelligence, the causes of interstate war, and the methodological challenge of forecasting and reducing technological risks. He previously earned a degree in physics and in mathematics and philosophy from Yale University. Now, here are Marcus and Ben.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Marcus.
I'm Ben.
And we are here at FHI, and we both work at the Center for the Governance of AI here at the Future of Humanity Institute. And we'll be chatting a little bit about research coming out of our center and sort of giving some tips about what you might want to do if you want to go into a career in AI governance, basically. So let's to take us away. Yeah, Ben, how did you get into the field of AI governance?
Yeah, so I guess I got involved a few years ago. So I was just graduating from college and I was majoring in physics and philosophy and was considering actually going into the philosophy of physics. And then had some doubts on the basis of perhaps it not being either the most useful or employable field of all the fields.
Right.
And just around the same time as well, I was getting interested in ideas associated with effective altruism. And then a professor at my university, Alan Defoe, who heads the center, was just himself transitioning into focusing on AI governance from a sort of long-termist perspective. And so he put out a call for research assistants, looking for people who might want to get involved. And then, it just happened to be a good time where I was ready to transition into something else, and it seemed important, and it seemed like at the time not many people were thinking about it. So that's how I got involved.
Cool. And what happened next?
So I basically worked as a part-time research assistant for about a year or so. At the same time, I actually got a job at the Center for Effective Altruism, and I was sort of doing a part-time thing with Alan while I was working here.
Right.
And then after about a year or so of doing that, I decided I wanted to sort of transition into the area full-time, and there happened to be an opportunity to do that.
Right. Okay, so it sounds like a kind of sort of random or something. You just opportunity happened to pop up, and you sort of were positioned such that you could
and
wanted to.
So I think there's definitely a high degree of randomness. It wasn't just this is a random interesting thing entirely. So I definitely at the time had gotten more interested in ideas associated with long-termism and effective altruism. So I guess the topic of AI governance was a bit on my radar, but roughly almost exactly the same time that I became interested in the topic, this opportunity came up. So that was definitely
cool.
Yeah, element of randomness there.
Cool. And sort of how has sort of your work in the field changed?
I think I'd say quite a lot. So I think I still have a fairly broad focus in the area, but I think when we first started, there was this real sense that AI was going to be this thing that was really important. Everyone had started to believe that just around then. That was just around the time AlphaGo.
Right. So 2016.
Yeah, exactly. And then superintelligence had been written, and that presented a sort of specific version of the long-termist concern around AI. And there was this broad sense, oh man, AI seems like it could be this really transformative technology. There might be these risks that people don't really understand very well yet. Almost no one was working on, for example, AI safety at the time, but there was also this sort of thing people were saying where almost literally no one is thinking about long-term sort of governance challenges associated with AI. There was even at the time not that much just AI governance work of any kind going on. And so I think a lot of early stuff was just a little bit what even is going on here, what exactly are we trying to do? And I think a lot of it also was probably a lot more naive than research then, because people really I think a lot of people were just transitioning in and no one really knew that much about the area.
Right. Yeah. Okay, cool. And you're now doing a DPhil here at Oxford? So that's Oxfordese for a PhD, basically?
So just started Oxford PhD, essentially in international relations, just this past term. Just because, so I guess my only credential in the area so far continues to be an undergraduate degree in completely unrelated fields. And so it seemed somewhat useful to maybe get a proper degree in education in a field that's somewhat more relevant to governance than physics.
Right. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So just to turn your question around on you, Marcus. Tell me about how did you get involved? I realize actually I don't have a really great sense of how you first sort of.
Right. Yeah. So I guess it's sort of slightly convoluted story. So I got sort of involved in and sort of interested in sort of effective altruism style questions while at university. So that was maybe 2011, 2013 or something like this. And then for a while I sort of I sort of got involved with Give What We Can and these kinds of organizations. and then sort of had a few years of sort of transitioning from a belief of like, oh, okay, like something like long-termism. I guess we didn't have a word for that back then, but something like long-termism seems true, but I'm like not convinced that like these sort of like focusing on like emerging tech style questions were like reasonable, because it just didn't seem to me like it was difficult to see like sensible concrete things that you could do in the area. But then over like a few years time, I think I became like increasingly convinced that like there seemed to be things to do. And so then I just like, when I graduated uni in 2016, I was moving back to Sweden at that point. And so like looking at like what to do in Sweden, I was like I couldn't really find a lot of like super exciting options. And so I decided that I would like initially like try to like build up career capital. And so I did the classic thing of going into management consulting, and did that for a few years. That was like really, really fun, really interesting. I felt like I learned a lot. And then after a while, I just like felt like sort of the development trajectory kind of like leveled off. And I just like wasn't learning as much anymore. And it was like less interesting. I also felt like I could probably like do more by like working like more directly on like the cause areas that I cared about. And then I transitioned into working for like Effective Altruism Sweden, basically with like a belief that like it seemed like building sort of the EA community seemed like a good idea. I wanted to stay in Sweden at that point as well. And so it looked like one of the best opportunities I could have would be to like head up that organization. So I got funding to do that and did that like for about a year. And then during that time, I basically got convinced that like if I was like willing to like live elsewhere than Sweden, I would like could do like more good with my career elsewhere. And so then I like started to look into like other options, and basically my algorithm was like, I'll look for things where it was something like my description of like my comparative advantage was something like I'm like a management consultant person who kind of like understands the research or something, or like the simpler version is like I was a management consultant who like gets it. And so then I like basically like looked for roles that looked like basically working for like organizations doing research in areas that I cared about, where sort of my like broader skill set, like being able to like help out with operations, help out with like recruitment and those kinds of things could come in handy. And then I just like applied to a bunch of things that fit that bill, where like GovAI was one of them. So it wasn't specifically that I was like, AI governance seems like the very most important thing, and then I like just like looked for ways to help out there. It was more like a broad class of things that seemed useful. Something like that.
Yeah.
Cool. Maybe next let's chat a little bit about like research that you've been up to recently. So in 2018 for EAG London, you did this talk on what was the title? It was
I think how sure are we about this AI stuff?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I guess like I'm inclined to ask like how sure are we about this AI stuff?
So I think still not. Well, I guess there's two ways of being sure. So there's like there's I guess the robust like how sure are we that if we had sort of all the facts and we had all the considerations, we'd think that this is one of the top, let's say, like 2 or 3 priorities for the EA movement. And then there's a separate sense, which is like, given the limited amount of information we have at the moment, and given the limited number of considerations we have, how sure are we that even on that basis, just at least an expectation, it makes sense for us to be putting a lot of resources in this area? And I think the first one, I think we're really not very sure, but it's just very hard to be sure because there's so much we don't know. We don't know we don't know what future AI systems will look like. We don't know what the pace of progress will look like. We have a lot of trouble even imagining a world with AI systems are a lot more advanced than what we have today. We don't have a great sense of exactly what institutions will matter when interesting stuff happens. We don't exactly have a great sense of just so much of it, but that's to some extent the nature of any technology where there's going to be massive changes. Is you just really don't have a great picture.
It might not be different for like AI versus like other cause areas.
So I think more for AI. So if you think about let's say climate change or something, there's definitely a lot of uncertainty we have. So for example, climate models. We don't exactly know how to model certain feedback loops, and we don't exactly know, like how to think about low likelihood events, like how likely, is it like 1 in 1,000 or like 1 in 100 for like extreme, feedback loops, making things much worse than models predict.
Yeah.
We still have sort of a basic sense of, the rough parameters of things. Like the main parameter is just like how hot will things get to some extent, and then there's some stuff you
How
need.
bad is hot?
Yeah, how bad is hot? You know, exactly where hot, where less hot, that sort of thing. Whereas for AI, it's just, you know, if we're talking about, let's say, in a long run world where just, you know, human labor doesn't really, you know, isn't really necessary for most tasks, just AI systems are essentially replacing it. It seems like there's so many dimensions along which we just don't know what that world, you know, looks like. We don't know what those AI systems are like. We don't know just how that's organized, or it's just very, very difficult to picture. It's a bit like, as like an analogy I like, it's a bit like being in, you know, 1500 and someone tells you, describes in very rough terms like the internet, like they say, oh, you know, communication is going to be much, much faster and more efficient, and information retrieval is going to be better. There's a bit you can do to reason, you know, about that sort of world, like, oh, I guess, you know, maybe you could have larger businesses because they can communicate, the offices can communicate, you know, differently. But you definitely, if you try to visualize it, you're not going to be visualizing the internet. You can be visualizing, I don't know, very fast carrier pigeons or or something like, you know, it's just, you're going to be way off on it, and it's hard to even identify a single dimension along which, like, you're uncertain. And so I guess broadly, I feel to some extent that's a little bit where we're at with AI.
Right.
Which is a long way of saying I think it's really hard to be sure. I think just in terms of the sort of weaker standard of like how sure are we, like how sure are we on the basis of the little we understand, the few considerations we have, that at the very least it would make a lot of sense for you know, a decent chunk of the EA movement to be focusing on this. I do actually feel I think pretty good about that. Like I think ideally I would maybe have a slightly smaller portion of the EA portfolio focus on AI, but it seems pretty clear to me that you should at least have, you know, a few dozen people like really actively thinking about the long-term implications of AI, and it seems like we're not that far from that number, sadly, at the moment.
Okay, wait, that sounds smaller than I expected. Like, so when you say like, like a smaller proportion of the portfolio should be focused on AI, what's your current view on like what that percentage is?
Yeah, I think that's very difficult. So,
but like ballpark.
Yeah. So I'd say not unreasonable if I think it's really hard to think of like exactly how I'm defining the split between things.
Yeah.
I think I'd want something like 1 in 5 people who are like, you know, sort of fully engaged, like long-term oriented EA people to be thinking about AI primarily.
Right. Okay. Whereas now you'd feel like the number is like 3 in 5, 4 in 5 or something.
Yeah, it feels to me like it might be more than half. I'm not sure if that's correct, but
Yeah. Okay. And so what would be the like intervention that you would like to have, or like what would you like these people to be focusing on instead?
Yeah. So I think just broadly, I think there's a lot of uncertainty about, you know, so I think a lot of this is just based on the skill sets that people have and the sort of work that people are naturally inclined to do. So it's possible that just on the basis of there being lots of people with, you know, computer science degrees and things like that, interested in EA, that, you know, that on its own might justify the really strong AI focus, but just imagining completely fungible people who could sort of like work equally well on anything.
Yeah.
I really still think that sort of fundamental like sort of cause prioritization research is like still pretty neglected.
Yep.
So I think, for example, like there's a lot of really good work I think being done at the Global Priorities Institute, but I think there's some broad topics that just seem, you know, pretty relevant to long-termism that just not that many people are thinking about that seem kind of crucial. So these questions like, for example, the thing that Phil Trammell was working on of should we just be, you know, trying to basically, should we assume that we don't have really great opportunities to influence the future now relative to what future people might have if we sort of save our money and allow it to sort of accumulate over time? Should we be trying to sort of pass resources on to people in the future?
Yeah.
To sort of eventually use more wisely? Seems like very crucial for the like long-termist community.
Yeah.
Broadly, even within AI as well, I think there's strangely not that many people thinking about just sort of at the somewhat meta level, like what exactly are the pathways for influence in AI safety and AI governance? What exactly is the nature of the risk?
Yeah.
I think there's a handful of people doing this sort of work to some extent like part-time on the side of, you know, on the side of other things. So, for example, like Rowan Shaw is someone I would identify as like someone who's doing, I think, a lot of good, like what exactly is the case for AI risk. But there's not that many people on that list compared to the set of people working on AI safety. And I think there is just, it seems like some abstract argument that just before you put, a ton of resources into doing object level work, it's, quite useful early on to try and put a lot of resources into sort of prioritization between different kinds of object level work, or trying to figure out what exactly is the thing that's motivating this object level work.
Yeah. So one of your like complaints in that talk was like basically this of like, oh, it seems like we're putting a lot of resources into this, but I'm not seeing a lot of like proper sort of like write-ups or people like actually laying out the arguments that are like motivating them to sort of make these career transitions, or like motivating a lot of people's choices. Do you think we've seen like an improvement there? I guess like there are a few things that have been like published since then.
Yeah. So actually, I think there's definitely been a degree of improvement since I gave the talk. So I think when I gave the talk was maybe the sort of the low point in terms of. So I think there was this initial period of time where superintelligence had been written, and for a lot of people that was like roughly corresponded to, the picture that they had of like the nature of AI risk and the motivation for AI governance and things like that. And then over time, there's some sort of transition to people often having like fairly different visions of what the nature of the risk is or what the motivation is for AI governance. And there are a lot of different dimensions of that. So one dimension is superintelligence focuses a lot on sort of this like very discrete transition to a world with like advanced AI. It sort of presents a picture where there's not that much interesting AI stuff happening, and then there's maybe a day or a week where you transition into having quite advanced systems. And a lot of people moved away from that. And also a lot of people, I think, myself included, had started thinking more about risks which weren't necessarily safety oriented, which, although those are also discussed a bit in superintelligence, definitely aren't the main focus.
What do you mean by not safety oriented?
So it seems like there's lots of concerns you might have about, the future of AI not necessarily being great. So just, so one, obviously, like, major category is just, it may be the case that, if you transition to a world where human labor is, like, mostly worthless, and, the functions of the government can be automated, maybe that's not a great, world in terms of, like, democracy or, the preferences or values of most people being taken into account.
Right.
Or you might be concerned, for example, about, if in the future there might ultimately be ethical questions around, like, the moral status of, AI systems. It also seems like maybe those decisions are made wrongly one way or the other.
Right.
And I think there's lots of ways you can imagine, or just, maybe there's some just best case scenario you have for how AI is governed, how it's used. And maybe even if, stuff is okay, maybe the difference between the best possible world you can achieve and, like a moderate world is actually, quite substantial.
Right. Okay, so these are like risks that aren't like accident risks from like very powerful systems or something like this.
Yeah, basically. Well, I guess one way I can frame it is, we've had like major technological transitions in history. It seems like they're not uniformly good. So, classic one is Neolithic Revolution. Agriculture introduced that has a few later on knockdown effects like the rise of the state and things like that. It's a bit difficult to do an overall assessment, but that's an example of technology that changed the world really radically, and a lot of the results were just really very not positive. So things like slavery becomes a massive institution, and people seem to become more malnourished, and disease, becomes a thing. And hierarchies are established as opposed to like more decentralized decision making.
Right.
It seems not that hard to imagine that, in the same way, if you do another transition, let's say human labor becomes, replaced by capital, basically, that might have various knock-on effects that are really not exactly what we want.
Right. Yeah. And then like, so in these previous transitions, the bad consequences that we've seen have like primarily been these like structural effects or something like this.
Yeah, exactly.
That, slavery becomes like more economically viable and these kinds of things. So this was kind of like the low point. So like, we're like November 8, 2018, it's low point in the sense of like...
So in the sense of people have like seemingly, their justifications have changed quite a bit in a lot of different areas, but that's not really reflected in almost any published writing. It's still, roughly superintelligence, and then I suppose also like some Paul Christian blog posts, and that's roughly sort of the state of affairs. In the sense that, it's not been, I think, a massive improvement, but definitely there has been a fair amount of stuff that's come out since then that, I think has been useful. So, for example, I believe this was afterwards. So, for example, like, I think Paul Christian wrote up, a series of blog posts that were describing an argument for I guess, safety risks, even in the context of, continuous transition. Richard Ngo did some work trying to taxonomize different arguments and sort of like lay out what the space currently was. Tom Sittler did some similar work. Rohin Shah also wrote, I was not really trying to present a case for AI risk. I think a really good sequence called the value loading sequence. It's basically a series of essays trying to lay out, I would say roughly like a picture of the nature of the alignment problem. And then I believe this was also afterwards, I think.
Reframing.
I believe so. I think Eric Drexler's work, at FHI, also came out framing his like quite different picture of sort of future AI progress and what the nature of the risks there are. So there has been, actually a decent amount of this stuff. I think, still I think quite a bit less than I would ideally. Oh, and also Miri also put out a paper on what they're calling Mesa optimization, which corresponds to one of their main arguments for why they're worried about, AI risk that wasn't, for example, in superintelligence. So there's been a fair amount of this stuff. I think it's still quite a bit less than I would ideally want.
Right.
Because I think still there's lots of viewpoints that aren't really captured in existing writing, and I think as well, like a lot of it just really is fairly short blog posts. And while those are useful, I just don't really feel very comfortable. I think with a lot of sort of, I guess, career time and a lot of resources being put into an area if a lot of the main justification is just fairly short blog posts, and some of them also, there's sort of it's obviously really, really difficult to communicate clearly about this stuff because we just don't really have the right concepts or the right picture of how things will go. But definitely, I think it's not that uncommon for people to like have arguments about, let's say, what a given post is actually like sort of saying, which seems like not necessarily a really great sign for us as a community really being on the same page about what the landscape of arguments and considerations is.
Right. And why do you think this is? Like, do you think that we why are we in this particular situation? Are people like individually making mistakes here, and that like they should have spent time on this like meta level question?
I think to some extent, yes. I think there's a few things that make it complicated. So one is I think this sort of stuff is in fact just like fairly difficult, because I think to some degree it requires both a decent understanding of like what the sort of current landscape of arguments and consideration, especially in the safety realm. I think it does require often a pretty good understanding of like just what's going on in AI safety, just a good understanding of what's going on in current machine learning, good ability to do things like conceptual analysis and synthesis and things like that. And that's, there's maybe not that many people in that bucket at the moment. Another aspect which I think also helps to explain it a bit is I think a lot of the people who are currently working in this area have just, quite recently come into it. And I do think that there's this sort of unfortunate dynamic where a lot of people have the sense that the arguments or problem framings are currently like more worked out than they are, and they to some extent just haven't been published, or they're in someone's head, or all of the people in the know have a good understanding. And then especially if you come into an area, just to sort of begin with, you're not necessarily in a great position to sort of maybe do this like high level framing work, especially because you just don't really know what's out there, what exists in terms of like unpublished Google Docs.
Right.
And so I think it's quite easy to just like, and maybe sensible if you're just entering the area to not try and do this high level stuff, but sort of pick an object level topic and then try and work on that.
Right.
And then I think there's a lot of people who just and then once you're doing that, it's like it somehow feels maybe a bit unnatural to sort of drop the object level research program you're now embarked on to this sort of stepping back thing. Like, I think there's a lot of people who have felt inclined to start doing, let's say, high level problem investigation in their sort of spare time, in a sense, while doing their object level thing is the main thing. But for whatever reason, it does seem like a somewhat difficult transition to just drop an object level project you have to this somewhat more loosey goosey like oh, what are we even doing thing.
Yeah. Are there like particular viewpoints that you feel like haven't been accurately represented, or like ought to like be written up like more thoroughly?
Yeah. So I think even ones that have been written up to some extent, I think could really stand to be written up like further and more clearly. So one example is so I think Paul Krishan does, for example, have a few good blog posts describing. I think one of them is called "What Failure Looks Like," where it's meant to be sort of saying like here is what like a bad outcome might look like, even in the context of like a slow transition where stuff is fairly gradual. Like here's what like a bad safety outcome might look like. I think the blog posts are quite good, but also at the same time, I do at least personally feel like they're, there's sort of a limit to how thoroughly or clearly you can communicate in like short blog posts. I do think there's still a lot of ambiguity like about what exactly is this scenario being described? Like what does this look like? Like, are we talking about something that's like, an active disaster or just like lost opportunity? Like what exactly is the argument for this being likely? Because to some extent it's trying to just present a picture of what it might look like as opposed to making the argument that this is, that this is necessarily plausible. I think basically like a lot, more could sort of be done there. I think similarly for this idea of like MESA optimization, which is now, I guess, one of the primary justifications that Miri has for, assigning a high probability to sort of safety risk. I still think there's a lot of ambiguity about what this concept exactly is. Yeah. Like it seems like different people tend to characterize it differently, or perhaps misunderstand the paper, or the paper is maybe ambiguous or things like that. But definitely doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page about what exactly this thing is. Right. And it also doesn't really present the case for the paper. Doesn't really try to do the thing of it sort of argues that there might be this phenomenon that it's calling MESA optimization, but doesn't really try to make the argument that because this phenomenon might arise, then we should view it as an existential risk or like a plausible existential risk. So that I think that work still like hasn't really been done.
Sure. Yeah. So a lot of these, so the arguments that like are out there, they like ought to be like scrutinized more, etc. Are there like arguments or like classes of views that you feel like don't even have the initial like written up thing that you can actually like just like start engaging with?
So I think there's a couple. So I think one is there's a bit of this. For example, Alan has done some of this work and is still thinking like quite a lot about this stuff. But in terms of I think there's still not a lot written on the idea of structural risks or just this concern that maybe stuff just is like gets really bad in a general sense, or is just very disappointing in terms of our current values. And it's a bit nebulous. It's a bit like, the Neolithic Revolution, where it's not like there's some concrete disaster. It's just there's some sort of structural forces that just push things in a direction that you really sort of, ideally wouldn't want. I think similarly, a little bit of writing, but really definitely not a ton. This question of should we think that certain kinds of, future AI systems have moral status? And if so, is it, a plausible risk that just that won't really be like respected, and that will be an important enough development to for like long-termists to really focus on. I think those are probably two of the main things that stand out as, in my mind, plausible justifications for a lot of focus in AI that I would sort of struggle to point someone to a long write-up making a case for these pathways justifying like EA effort.
Right. Okay. And then if I were to like turn the thing around on you, like, okay, so like you're here, you're working on these issues, like what would be your like stab at the justification?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of my stab at the justification, it's very, very not detailed. It's basically this meta thing of, okay, so we're quite, the starting point is like it seems very, very likely that AI will be really, really transformative. Like it seems like most people expect, we will eventually get to the point where just, human labor not necessary for things or for most things. And that world, whatever that looks like, is like obviously extremely different. Yep. And then we have this, set of however you want to count them, like maybe, half dozen-ish, vague, sometimes vaguely sketched arguments for why there might be some, EA path, like, place for like EA leverage to try and make this go like much better or much worse, or like why this could go much better or much worse. And so it seems like there's not that many, if you're sort of taking like a long-termist perspective and just thinking like what topics might have really long-run significance that there might be some chance to influence. I think that that set of things is not that large. It's relatively hard to find them, I think. And then, well, at least at this stage at the moment, where I think there's a ton of at least value of information and trying to get much clearer about what's going on with AI. Because it seems at least, one of the few places right now where I think it's like plausible, long-termists like, have an opportunity to, useful future work.
Right.
And so it's a bit of a meta one where I think.
So the argument is like, oh, it seems like if you're a long-termist, you should like think about the areas where like that seem like they will have like a large leverage of the future. This seems like one of our best bets of like something.
So I mean, I think that's basically my viewpoint. Where just I think most things, just if you look throughout like history, most things that have like been mattered at one particular point in time, just it just becomes extremely ambiguous what their significance was. If you look hundreds of years in the future, and especially if you're trying to think like how plausible is it that like people could have known what the impact would be. So like let's say. If you're in the, I believe, like 1300s, maybe the big thing going on at the time is like Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And it seems like, naively, like maybe your focus as a 1300s person is like, wow, this Genghis Khan thing seems like really bad. Like,
exactly.
We should, really focus on, on stopping this Genghis Khan thing. And I think, probably it would be ethically justified, but from fully like long-termist perspective, it's not clear if this historians now say things like, oh well, like maybe Genghis Khan was like good in the long run because trade networks or whatnot. I think it's probably we really don't have a great sense. And so there may have been like a from the short term perspective like a good justification for focusing on Genghis Khan at the time. Yeah. But if you're a long termist sitting around and thinking like what's the most high leverage thing I can do to affect the future, I really don't have a ton of faith that like you would have really been able to predict like what's good and what's bad from a long-term perspective there. Right. I think if you pick like any given century more than like 5 centuries ago, you're gonna probably wind up in the same position with the issue of the day. And so I think just we should have a strong prior that just most topics we look at today we just really can't like we may be justified in working on like a like just from their present significance, but if we're like doing long-term prioritization, I think we should have a prior that most things we really can't predict very well, like what the difference will be hundreds of years in the future. And so then there's not that many candidates, I think. And I think insofar as there's at least semi-plausible or potentially or seemingly, if you squint at them, semi-plausible arguments for AI being in this bucket, I think that alone is reason enough to want to put non-negligible resources into it. One thing this argument suggests, though, is that perhaps it's more useful to put resources and try and figure out just like what is going on here. Than maybe object level resources at the moment, because a lot of there's a lot of value of information in terms of trying to figure out like what's going on here and what's the case for focusing on it.
Cool.
Okay, so Marcus, so I although I work here, I'm really not very observant, so I'd be interested if you could tell me sort of what is GovAI sort of currently up to in the space.
Cool. So I guess like broadly what I think that we should be doing, or sort of like what we're trying to do as an organization, is trying to be the place that does sort of the best research in this like AI governance space, or like what you might call like long-termist AI governance space. So working on AI governance questions from like a long-termist perspective. And like, what I spend most of my time doing is like doing what I can to make sure that we like build that organization that does like the best research in this space, basically. And so like what that looks like in practice is, we have a lot of different research projects going on. And I personally spend a lot of time on like us like recruiting and like growing in this organization. And so that means, for example, we're running this like GovAI fellowship. We're bringing in people to do basically like 3-month stints of doing research on some topic that like relates to the kinds of things that we're interested in. And then sort of that's like as like a path into this like AI governance space, basically. And that's something that we'll probably, we'll continue doing, like, I think for the foreseeable future, like maybe bringing in like roughly like 10 people to like every year. I guess we'll see this year how like whether we'll be able to like bring people in this summer. But I expect us to like continue to do that going forward, and I'm like so far pretty excited about that as a way to like get people into the field. So like currently like this like AI governance field, as sort of like, I guess like we conceive it, I guess like you've been there since like the start, so like since like sometime in like 2016 roughly.
Yeah, basically.
And so given that, it's not like, you haven't had time to build up like a lot of like institutions that you need for like building a field. You haven't like built up a lot of like very clear like career pathways for people. And I think this like fellowship is like one example of that we can like start building for people. And then the other thing that I'm like really excited about us doing is like continuing to find like great, excellent researchers such as like yourself, and bringing them into the team. And then we'll like, I guess like a few years down the line, I guess my hope is we're a team of like, I don't know, we're like about like a dozen of like truly great researchers hanging out together here in Oxford doing really good research. That's kind of my hope. And then in terms of like the research that we'll do, I think it'll like currently we're sort of a funny organization in that we're like the way that we're like defining or like thinking about this like AI governance problem is like very, very broad. So like one way that I like sometimes describe what this like AI governance thing is like, oh, it's like all the things that are required to like make AI go well that aren't technical AI safety. And that's like a lot of stuff. So that's like
several things at least.
At least more than one. Yeah. And like it'll span like, fields from like economics to like IR to like law to policy to like a tremendous amount of different topics. And so and I think that will like probably continue to be the case going forward, but I'm hoping that like over time we'll like start building up more and more like narrow expertise. So like as we like hopefully get clearer on this like meta picture that like you among others are like working on, we can like get clearer on like, oh, here are like some specific fields that we need people to work on, and we can like start like properly like figuring out a lot of questions. So like I think a few years down the line, I would like really, really want us and like others in this space to have like just like really solid, at least like somewhat solid answers to questions like, I don't know, like a company comes to us and they ask like, what kinds of publication norms should we have? Or like, how should we like what sort of internal mechanisms should we have to make sure that we like are held accountable to these like lovely, beautiful principles that we've written about how we'll like benefit humanity with our research or whatever. I don't think we have that so far, but yeah, those are like examples of the kinds of questions that I'm like hoping and thinking that we'll like make some good progress on in the next few years.
Yeah, I guess potentially last question. Besides just apply for the GovAI fellowship, do you have any other like recommendations for just career-wise, like what people who might be interested in the space should do if they want to potentially enter it, or get a sense of if they want to enter it?
Yeah, I think like in general, I'm like I quite like this sort of recommendation of like if you're trying to figure out whether you should be doing X, then like try doing a bit of X. So I think that's a pretty good suggestion. So find some bit of research that you can do and try to do it. I think for most people, like so currently in this space, there aren't a lot of opportunities that look like this GovAI fellowship, at least like in the like what you might call like the long-termist AI governance space. But like other things that look similar to that might be like the Center for Security and Owned Emerging Technology, so CSET, based in Washington. There's like sometimes there are like some like juniorish roles in places like DeepMind and OpenAI where you could do like this kind of research and this kind of work. But I think like that's not like a lot of roles. That's like probably like, I don't know, like tops a dozen a year, probably less. And so I would encourage people to like think much more broadly. And so things that you could do are like looking at, like one thing I'm very excited about people doing is like looking at trying to work in sort of policy teams, etc., in like a wider set of technology companies. So working at like places like Microsoft, like Facebook, these kinds of places, as they start building up like policy teams or like ethics teams. I think it'd be awesome to like have a lot of people like join these kinds of roles. I guess another thing that a lot of people are doing that I think seems like reasonably like a good idea for a lot of people is like just like using your studies to like dip your toe in the water. And so some people will do this during like a bachelor's or a master's. They'll do like a dissertation on like AI governance related topics. And others will like, I think quite a lot of people currently are like looking into doing sort of like PhDs in this area as well. Which I think PhDs, like one reason that a PhD might be a good option is just that like, if you're a field and you're like trying to grow, it's going to be like very difficult to like open up new roles. So in some cases, it can be like much easier as a field to grow by like, I guess, yeah, a poor way of putting it is like co-opting other roles or something. And so like, you know, there are all these PhD like positions out there in the world. And so we could probably like have some people join those and like, you know, swivel them around such that they are on like topics that we think seem like long-termist, like really, really important in this area. I guess like the other like main tip is just like engage a lot with the research. And so like, yeah, read all the things like coming out of institutions such as us, but also like places like the like CSET, etc. And in doing so, like try to like really, really engage with the research. And like when you read it, like, yeah, like keep in mind that like these people who are writing these things, they're like smart and they're like good at what they do, but they're like by no means sort of any oracles or like don't actually like have that much knowledge. Actually, there's like a lot of uncertainty in this space, and so you should like yeah, go into like reading these things with an attitude of like you know, sort of keeping an open mind to a lot of these things being wrong and like being very, very like critical and like trying to like actually form your own views, or at least like, yeah, I think like another like similar thing to that is like don't just like read things and sort of take people's conclusions. Instead of try to like build them up yourself from the ground up or something. So like try to build up your like internal models of like how you think the world will go.
Sounds good. Very wise.
Do you have any tips, or like what would you have told your like past self?
I don't think anything really beyond what you said. I guess what I would have told my past self is just check your email in case Alan Defoe sends out an email looking for research assistants in this area.
Right.
With like a fairly non-competitive process at that time, because not that many people were interested in it yet.
Okay, so like get real lucky.
Get real lucky is I think exactly what I would have told my past self.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's been fun chatting.
It's been great.
Yeah, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, and my new sign off is stay safe, stay sane. See you later.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. Thanks to Marcus and Ben for that conversation. If you're feeling yourself needing to take a quick break at any point during the broadcast, keep in mind that you can always pause the stream on YouTube and then potentially watch it at 1.5 speed to catch up. Now, we're going to watch a talk that was recorded at EA Global London in 2017. We'll be watching Jess Whittlestone talking about ways we can improve institutional decision-making. Jess is a researcher and writer who is interested in how we can make better decisions on important issues, both as individuals and as a society. Right now, she's focused on improving societal decision-making around the governance and use of artificial intelligence, because she believes the decisions we make about AI today could have a particularly large impact on the future. Jess is currently a research associate working jointly at the Center for the Future of Intelligence and the Center for the Study of Existential Risk at Cambridge University. Here's Jess Whittlestone.
So when I first got involved in effective altruism, which was about 5 years ago now, it was around when I just finished my undergrad. And I read a book called Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, which many of you may have read or heard the key ideas of. And it had a really big influence on me. It gave me this sense that maybe a lot of the flaws and limitations of human judgment might actually underpin a lot of the problems in society, and that maybe trying to sort of improve human decision-making and improve the way that we make judgments could be a really important part of solving big problems in the world. So I ended up going and doing a PhD in behavioral science, sort of with the aim of understanding this area better. And I've been thinking a lot over the last 5 years or so about this kind of general area of how do we improve decision-making to kind of better solve problems in the world. And my views on this have changed somewhat over time. I've become more skeptical of some of the approaches I thought might be effective early on. And one thing I've been thinking about in particular a lot over the last few months since finishing my PhD is this idea that maybe focusing on improving the decision-making of sort of key influential institutions that have to make high-stakes decisions might be the highest impact way to improve decision-making, or one thing that we should be thinking more about. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about sort of I've been having conversations with various people about this and doing a bit of research and just sort of generally thinking about this area more. So my intention today is just to give you a bit of an overview of what I found from that and what I'm thinking, and why I think this might be something that's worth more attention in EA. But I'd really welcome sort of feedback and suggestions too, because I think this is still sort of a very new and uncertain area. So I'll just start by kind of clarifying a bit what I mean by institutional decision-making and improving institutional decision-making. And so with this, I mean something like sort of implementing better techniques and processes to improve the quality of judgments and decisions that are made by important institutions. So an example of this would be sort of implementing much more use of randomized control trials within policymaking, which seems to have happened over the last sort of 5 or so years in government. There used to be sort of like very little evidence-based policy. And slowly, different parts of government are kind of getting more interested in and more convinced by the importance of testing different policies against each other using things like randomized control trials. And this suggests that they're going to be able to actually deliver policies that they have much better evidence work. And this seems to me like clearly a beneficial thing. People who've pushed for more use of evidence, and particularly RCTs in policymaking, yeah, seems like pretty valuable to me. Just to kind of dig into a bit more detail about what I mean by this area. So by influential institutions, I mean something like organizations that make very high stakes decisions or control a large amount of resources. So this might mean government, it's kind of the obvious example, particularly parts of government that we think are working on very important problems like international development or security. But also maybe large foundations like the Gates Foundation, and maybe large tech companies that are very influential like Google or Amazon. Just a sort of bit of an overview of some of the techniques and processes that I think might be promising in this area. So one thing I've sort of changed my mind about a bit over the last few years is when I started my PhD, kind of off the back of reading Thinking Fast and Slow and similar literature, I was really focused on this idea that we should identify biases in human reasoning and kind of try and fix them. And I actually think I'm less convinced that that's the best approach now, for reasons I can go into with people afterwards if they're interested. And actually now it might be better to think about these kind of like more general processes that sort of deal with some of the problems with human reasoning in a slightly more sort of like general and fundamental way. So for example, I think the practice of like making explicit, well-defined predictions is not trying to target any specific bias, but what it does is it forces you to be very kind of clear and specific about what your beliefs are, and then check them against reality. And that kind of incentivizes you to care about the truth and to look at what's actually going on in a way that you might often not be if you've got various other kind of pressures and incentives on you at the time. Some other things that seem promising to me, calibration training and kind of generally learning to think probabilistically. I think one problem with human reasoning is we find it very difficult to think in terms of probabilities. And so if someone says, you know, it's highly likely that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, what does that mean? Does that mean 90%? Does that mean 99%? Does it mean 60%? All of those things seem kind of like plausible interpretations, but have very different consequences. So I think this sort of like practice of like actually training people and helping people to think better in probabilistic terms could be very valuable. Better use of evidence and data in general, kind of especially pushing this into areas that might lag behind now. And then another thing I don't know a huge amount about, but that seems like it could be interesting in this space is sort of better voting systems and maybe using voting in organizations. And this is something Will's very interested in, so you could poke him if you want to hear more about that. What I don't mean by this area is just like improving policy and politics broadly. I think that's also important. People should be thinking about that, but it's a slightly different thing and requires sort of a slightly different approach, and not sort of currently my expertise, I don't think. I think if you want to talk about improving politics, probably having a lot of experience in politics is really important, because otherwise it's easy to sort of say naive things about what politics should and shouldn't do. And I also wanted to sort of just briefly contrast this idea I'm talking about here with other ways of improving decision-making. So as I mentioned, kind of the most obvious way to improve decision-making might be to sort of just try and develop good training and rationality, and to sort of like de-bias people in general. And I also think that that's valuable. That's the sort of thing that CFAR's been doing, and targeting that at people that they think are working on particularly important problems. But maybe just something that's got a bit more attention and has some limitations. And then there's also this kind of idea of nudging that's been gaining more popularity in government in recent years. And sort of some of the work I've been doing, I worked for the behavioral insights team, kind of was based around that. And I also think that this has had a big impact and has the potential to have a big impact, sort of changing the way that lots of people make small decisions in easy ways by just sort of changing the defaults or making easier options more attractive. But again, it also kind of has its limitations. I spent a bit of time working with the Foreign Office, talking to them about how they can use behavioral science to sort of improve the work that they do and their outcomes. And they were really interested in nudging, because that's what a lot of other parts of policy have been using. And so they were like, oh, maybe we can use behavioral science to nudge the Falkland Islands towards feeling more positively towards the UK. And I was a bit like, I think there can be a bit of a risk there to be like, well, this has worked really well in taxes, therefore it's going to work well in foreign policy. And that's not necessarily the case. So I think one of the things I ended up feeling in the work that I did with the Foreign Office is like, actually the thing that would be potentially more valuable to them would be taking insights from sort of judgment and decision-making psychology and an understanding of good decision-making in general, and applying that to the processes by which they themselves make decisions and judgments and things, rather than sort of trying to do exactly what other policy areas have done. And I also think relative to these other ways of improving decision-making, sort of the nudging stuff and this idea of rationality training, this idea of like focusing on the way that important institutions make judgments and their processes is like relatively neglected. There's a lot of people in policy talking about behavioral science, but not many people talking about this stuff that I'm talking about, which is part of why I've been interested in it too. So now I'll just talk a little bit about why I think progress on this might be particularly valuable. So firstly, it seems like improvements in this area could improve our ability to solve almost all problems. It could improve our ability, improve sort of government's ability or foundations' ability to prioritize resources if they had better sort of strategies for allocating grants, say, and actually getting feedback on whether those grants were effective or not. I've spoken to a few people sort of working in grant making and important foundations, and they've sort of said, we don't actually have very rigorous processes for doing this and for kind of getting evaluation on our grants. And it feels like a really difficult thing for us to put lots of resources into figuring out right now. But if we had better ways if we could sort of test better ways of allocating grants and getting feedback on whether they're successful or not, that would be like really valuable. It could improve our ability to sort of predict and navigate threats. So a lot of the research on forecasting that you may be aware of, that sort of Phil Tetlock and the Good Judgment Project has done, has been funded by the US intelligence, because they're very interested in, like, a lot of what intelligence officers do is make predictions about, threats from other countries and, how likely it is that North Korea has like a certain kind of advanced nuclear weapons capability. And those predictions are really important for what we do and how we navigate those threats. So developing better ways and strategies for making those kinds of predictions and getting feedback on how well that's going seems like it could be incredibly valuable. And work in this area might also kind of help us to identify new problems, to think about where to look, and to think about how to prioritize them. As I mentioned a little bit previously, this seems like a pretty neglected area, especially compared to sort of other broad attempts to try and kind of improve the system. So like really what this is doing is it's a very kind of meta cause area, really, in that you're sort of trying to improve humanity's like general capability to deal with all kinds of problems. And so there are a lot of things that might fall in this category. One is just kind of like improving education. If education's better, then we're better placed to deal with problems. If the political system is better, we might. But it seems to me, at least, that things like education and political reform, while like far from solved, get at least a lot more attention and discussion than this slightly more targeted idea of improving institutional decision-making. And as I mentioned as well, these also seem a bit more neglected than sort of other very general attempts to improve decision-making. And I think there's just a lot we could learn right now by sort of experimenting in this space. I don't have this like clear idea of like, this is the thing that needs to be done. But I have some ideas of things that seem promising and ways that I think we could learn quite a lot more. So I think we do, while not all kind of psychology research is directly, obviously implementable, I think we do know about some relatively simple practices that seem pretty likely to improve decision-making, like the things I talked about, sort of the practice of making predictions and of sort of thinking in more probabilistic terms. And they're just not being used. So I think having more people going into organizations and actually sort of experimenting with getting slightly different practices like this implemented and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't. And even if just what you learn is, well, it seems like in general there are these barriers that we need to overcome and they're really hard to overcome, that also seems like it would be valuable to me. And I think there is some precedent for organizations like actually adopting new processes and like kind of the norms in an industry or sector changing. Definitely slowly, but I think we have seen this happen. So one example I gave is sort of the RCT movement in policy. I think that has been very successful. The behavioral insights team did a lot of work on this and started off in very small areas like tax, and now they've got, maybe it's almost gone too far in that they've got like the Foreign Office wanting to run RCTs where it's not necessarily the appropriate thing, but they've definitely just got, and I think part of the thing there is a lot of people in government just see other people in government doing this and see them finding it useful, and so they kind of want to jump on the bandwagon. So to some extent, it's about making these kind of processes like cool and trendy. There are kind of like movements in business, like the lean startup movement, that really have kind of taken hold and changed the way that people kind of think about their organizations. And then another thing that I think gives us some reason to think that there's sort of like promising progress to be made here is that it does seem like government is influenced by kind of more corporate organizations, and they will like kind of get interested in adopting successful practices from business. So there's an interesting article I read recently about how the Obama administration was trying to hire a bunch of people, successful people from startups, to sort of try and improve the way that they made decisions and judgments. And I've even seen, I think there was like a course at a business school in the US somewhere that someone sent me that was sort of like lean foreign policy, which, again, I'm not actually sure if that's a good idea, because this idea of like fail fast in foreign policy might not be the best one. But like, I think that this suggests that if you can get better practices adopted in businesses where it might be easier to start with because they have faster feedback loops and more incentive, then slowly that will kind of end up getting taken up in other areas too, when other people see people using them and finding them helpful. A few uncertainties about this area. So I think one question is like, is improving institutional decision-making across the board a good thing? Sort of in the same sense of like, is speeding up all technological progress a good thing? Or should we like target specific groups we think are doing good things? Like, is improving Trump's ability to predict the future good or bad? Like, it's not clear. Potentially, it might be more effective to kind of, rather than focusing on improving the way that important institutions make decisions, we might instead focus on just getting the very best people into important teams and influential positions. Maybe you think the barrier here isn't bad decision-making, it's that sort of like, yeah, people aren't good enough. That's maybe a bit more of a controversial position. And then there's this question that I've kind of had raised by quite a few people, which is just like, will better processes make much difference if the systems and organizations themselves have very perverse incentives? So a lot of people have said, like the systems of government just politicians have very short terms, and so they have very little incentive to kind of push through changes they actually think will be valuable in the long term. And maybe better forecasting or prediction markets won't make much difference while these perverse incentives are in place. I think there's a case to be made that even adding some practices that push incentives in a sort of more truth-seeking, better direction could be positive, even if they're not going to completely overcome like the difficulties of a system. But it's a tricky question. So what does this look like concretely working in this area? I think there are two main things you could think about doing in this area as someone who's interested to varying degrees. So one is sort of research and potentially directing funding towards research to develop better techniques and processes that could be adopted by organizations. And the second one is sort of actually implementing and experimenting with better strategies, things that we already know are likely to be valuable within organizations. So yeah, these two maybe slightly confusing pictures, just as sort of an example. So in the research and funding space, like IARPA, which is the Intelligence Advanced Research Project Agency in the US, have been funding quite a lot of work in this space. And I think that's quite promising because they're very closely tied to the intelligence community, and so their research is really being driven by like an understanding of what that community needs. My worry with a lot of research in academia is that it can be quite abstract and not tied enough to an understanding of like what are the actual issues of the decision making in real organizations and what barriers do they face. And then more on the implementation side, this is a picture of a guy called Danny Hernandez, who is a data scientist at Twitch, which is a startup that was acquired by Amazon. And he's been doing a lot of work there to try and get sort of the practice, some of these things I talked about, like the practice of making predictions and calibration training, implemented within Twitch, and seems to have had a reasonable amount of success. And one thing I think this points to is that maybe doing this kind of stuff first in like small tech companies, or at least sort of quantitatively minded organizations, might be kind of easier than trying to go into government, where they don't necessarily even have clear metrics or processes, and people are likely to be a lot more receptive. So, and I think, you know, it's not that he thinks necessarily that like Twitch is the most important organization in the world to improve decision making within, but they like have some influence, and he's learned a bunch about sort of what works and what doesn't, and how to implement these processes in a way that makes people actually want to do them and find them useful. And so he's written up a bunch of stuff on Medium, or his blog, I think, sort of discussing what he's found helpful and sort of tips for other people interested in this. So just going into a little bit more detail, some examples of the kind of research that I think might be valuable. Developing better methods for evaluating like how good arguments are when there's no correct answer. It's kind of a tricky question. A lot of the forecasting work focuses on like how do we, like basically it kind of works on like judging the accuracy of people's forecasts based on like over time how many they got right. But there are a lot of important questions in the world and things that we might want to reason about where there isn't any correct answer. Like if people are reasoning, kind of arguing about politics, we might want to be able to say that person seems to be kind of making more reasonable and higher quality contributions to this argument than this other person, even if we kind of can't evaluate what they're saying relative to some ground truth. I think there's a lot of interesting work to be done in sort of combining human and machine based judgment. Again, sort of like the hybrid forecasting competition, which is funded by IARPA, which I had a picture of earlier. They're looking at sort of whether combinations of human and statistical forecasts can perform better than sort of either on their own. Yeah, surveying and sort of just combining best practices from successful organizations, like a very non-academic approach, but I haven't seen anyone do this, and that seems like that could be really interesting. And I'd also really be interested to see more research on sort of case studies of how better practices have been implemented. Like how did RCTs ended up getting implemented in policy? Like what did people need to do? What were the barriers? Because I think that is one of the sort of biggest uncertainties in this area, is just like how hard is this to do in practice? And then I've listed there also a few places I'm aware of that if you are interested in sort of trying to fund research in this space, you could potentially go. And then more on the implementing and experimenting side, I actually think this is the much more neglected area and the thing that would be much more valuable to have more people doing right now. It's sort of easy to end up falling into more abstract academic research that's not necessarily likely to be that relevant. Whereas actually we could learn a lot if, as I mentioned before, sort of like a bunch of people just like took some relatively simple ideas and experimented with actually using them in real organizations. And one thing that seems like it would be really cool here is if you could have like a small network of people who are all kind of in different parts of the world, different industries, you know, government, tech companies, maybe some people in academia, trying to kind of adopt this same kind of like relatively simple principles, like the practice of making explicit predictions, and thinking about sort of like what are the barriers, like what makes people actually want to do this, where do they find it useful, what sticks, and then communicating and learning from one another. And I think like this wouldn't necessarily have to be a full-time job. If you're interested in this, you could basically do this like alongside your job in pretty much any organization, starting off doing it in a small way. And that could be pretty interesting, and we could learn quite a lot, especially if like a lot of different people did it and shared stuff with each other. As I mentioned previously, I think tech companies and startups might be a better place to start than government, but I'd also be really interested to hear from people who have experience in government about any kind of experience trying to do this sort of stuff and what seems feasible and what doesn't. Yeah, and I mentioned like a kind of network of people doing this and sharing ideas. Seems like it could be a really valuable thing right now. Yeah, and that's kind of, a summary of the things that I've been thinking about and what I think would be valuable in the space right now. But I think we've probably got time for a couple of questions, and I would be really interested to hear, your perspectives on this kind of area.
Thank you so much. We're going to go over here.
Cool.
I'm afraid we've been having a little bit of a loading problem, so hopefully your questions have come in, but it'll take me just a sec to get those up. I guess while I'm loading that a little bit, I hoped you might embellish a little bit more on your personal experience with doing research in this space. I know you talked about it as an important thing for other people to work on. Can you say maybe the kind of thing that you've researched in particular?
Yeah, so you mean in my PhD or?
Yeah, during your PhD.
Because, so when I started my PhD, I guess as I sort of alluded to, the way I was thinking about this area was very much more in this space of maybe what's needed is to identify like the most important biases that affect human judgment and then find ways to sort of, fix them, like techniques that people could use to avoid them. And I got really interested in confirmation bias because I thought, and still think to a large extent that this is sort of one of the most pervasive like problems of human reasoning and one that like affects.
Thank you to Jess Whitcomb for that talk from EA Global London 2017. And thank you again to everyone who's attending the first ever EA Global virtual conference online. If you'd like to learn more about improving institutional decision-making, you can join the discussion in the Slack channel or join the Facebook group. Now, I'm sad to say that we're about to play our final video for today, but don't forget that there will be another 4 hours of content for you to enjoy tomorrow. Before we go, I'm excited to introduce today's final talk by Tyler John, a PhD student in philosophy at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, and a Global Priorities Fellow at the Forethought Foundation for Global Priorities Research. Tyler's research focuses on long-termist political philosophy and animal, moral, legal, and political philosophy. His current constellation of projects is focused on normative arguments for the state to consider the very long-term future, and empirical research into how the state could do so effectively. Before coming to Rutgers, Tyler was a fellow at the Department of Bioethics at the National Institutes of Health Clinic. He's also an education advisor on the board of directors at Foundación, and he has co-authored a book on chimpanzee legal rights, which is available with Routledge. Tyler recorded his presentation earlier this week, and he'll be available live to answer questions in the general channel in Slack throughout this talk. Now here's Tyler John.
Hi, I'm Tyler John. I'm a PhD student in philosophy at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Today I'm going to be talking about the issue of political short-termism, an issue that's pretty topical and relevant at the current moment. And I'm really grateful for all of you to be here with me today. I know I've got kind of a captive audience. A lot of you are probably in self-quarantine due to the coronavirus right now. But nonetheless, I'm really grateful for you being here with me in this weird non-spatial space to talk about political short-termism and representing future generations. So if you're in the effective altruism community, then you probably know a little bit about the idea of long-termism. This is the idea that the primary determinant of the value of the actions we take today is going to be their effect on the very long-run future. And the quick and dirty argument for long-termism goes kind of like this. In expectation, the number of moral status beings in the future is extremely large. Humanity, to say nothing of other sentient beings, could live until the Earth is no longer inhabitable in about 1 billion years, or maybe even survive the end of the Earth and scatter among the stars. And so the number of expected morally statused entities in the future, even if these chances are relatively low of scattering to the stars and so on, it seems to be quite a large number in expectation. So when you couple this with a normative assumption, the assumption that one's distance from you in time is of no more moral relevance than one's distance from you in space, you get the result that actions that we can do now to significantly shape the long-term future in positive ways are generally going to dwarf actions that we can take over the short term to benefit currently existing beings. So you might be aware that politics is not exactly a hotbed of long-termists. There's a very well-known problem of political short-termism that is discussed widely in the economics and political science literature, but you'll be familiar with it probably firsthand right now. So the reason we are experiencing such a bad case of coronavirus right now has to do in part with some failures of long-term thinking, especially in the realm of pandemic preparedness and building a strong public health infrastructure system that allows us to respond rapidly to pandemics. And if you've been following the news, a lot of political actors right now are failing to look even 10 days ahead in the future to determine what actions we should be taking now, given how the disease is going to be progressing. We've also seen this in the context of catastrophic climate change. We're seeing some of the effects of that now and going to continue to see them for a very long time. But political actors are very unwilling to do much at the present time to reduce our emissions in a significant enough way to prevent many of its negative effects. So what I'm going to be talking about today is this issue of political short-termism, the problem of states and political actors being unwilling to take on short-term costs for much larger long-term gains. And before I get into this, I should thank the Forethought Foundation for Global Priorities Research. They funded this project, and I've gotten a lot of support for them, so I'm really grateful for them on that measure. So the talk's going to go as follows. First, I'm going to talk about why states are so short-termist. There are, again, economists and political scientists have studied this a fair bit, and we know some reasons why states are unable to take on short-term costs for long-term gains. Then I'm going to get into some promising reforms that we can take now and in the short term to have big long-term gains and make the state more long-termist and global institutions more long-termist. And then finally, I'm going to get into some areas where we could use a lot more research to figure out what kinds of interventions would be beneficial. So I'm going to list some more speculative possibilities for improving the long-run future through the state, but ultimately we need a really rigorous research program in economics and in social sciences to try to figure out which institutions are going to be most promising for positively shaping the long-run future. So what I've done here is I've gone and assessed this literature that I've mentioned a few times and dug out all of the different interventions that have been proposed to make states less short-termist. I list 40 or so of them right here. And then I've undertaken the task of starting to evaluate these mechanisms in accordance with their effectiveness, feasibility, symbolic value, and so on. And so not a lot of these possibilities are very good ones, and I'm certainly not going to talk about all of them, but here you can see some mechanisms in the general idea of what kinds of topic we're going to be tackling with respect to reducing political short-termism through institutional reform. So I'm going to talk about 7 of these today in this talk, but many more. There may be other additional options than the ones that I'm considering that are promising, and I hope that we can increase this list a lot more through a research program on political short-termism. So let's start with the issue of why states are so short-termist in the first place, so that we can then turn to promising reforms. Economists and political scientists who think about political short-termism tend to divide up the causes or roots of short-termism into 3 different determinants. There's epistemic determinants, including rational and irrational discounting from uncertainty. We're probably pretty familiar with this. This is not a distinctly political problem. When the future is very uncertain and the benefits of any given policy are unlikely to materialize, it's just rational to discount the expected value of that intervention by the probability of it actually eventuating. But just because this source of short-termism is rational doesn't mean it's good. Ideally, we would gather a whole lot more information about what kinds of actions are likely beneficial in the future, and then there'd be less reason to rationally discount due to uncertainty. So resolving this uncertainty could make states much more long-termist. Then there's irrational discounting from uncertainty. There are many cognitive biases that affect cognition about the long run. There's hot and cold effects. There's vividness effects. When the future's less vivid, possibilities don't seem as likely to us. We are likely to discount the likelihood of the eventuation of very small probabilities of very bad events. And there's this general issue where political actors, especially members of the demos, but everyone economize on the information that they have by turning their attention to more reliable sources of information than speculating about the uncertain future. So when voters, for example, are trying to determine what policies to support, they don't spend much time speculating about what's possible in the future. That takes a lot of cognitive resources, but instead look at what's been happening in the very recent past and vote and support policy based on what's been happening in the recent past. And this both reduces our ability to understand long-term effects, and also it incentivizes politicians to take actions which have short-term visible gains so that voters will remember that at the next election cycle and support them. And we'll mention that again in a moment. Second, there are motivational determinants of short-termism. The most widely studied and discussed is that of pure time preference. People seem to discount future events merely because they're in the future. There's basically no consensus about what the structure of this time preference is and how severe it is. The literature is all over the place on how strong people's time preferences are and when they're biased by time. But there is quite a significant amount of consensus that people do have a pure time preference towards the future. Second, there's both determinants of self-interest and relational partiality. So think about this simple, obvious, everyday fact. None of us will ever meet people who don't live at the same time as us, okay? Ourselves, our friends, our family members, everyone we're ever going to interact with are members of currently existing generations, our contemporaries. And so if we prioritize policy decisions based on our self-interest or based on what's good for our friends and family, this will then make us more short-termists as well. Now, there are also various cognitive biases that affect motivation. There's the identified versus statistical lives effect, which we see very starkly in the case of long-term future decisions. And there are a number of short-term interest groups which motivate politicians to prioritize short-termist policy. Finally, there are institutional determinants of short-termism. These are determinants that make political actors unable to take long-termist actions even when they're properly informed and properly motivated. So there are, for example, re-election incentives, which we've touched on briefly earlier. Because politicians really want to get elected, they're going to tend to do things that have visible short-term symbolic effects on the short term so that voters, when they try to decide, when they go to the polls and decide who they're going to vote for, support them rather than trying to impose short-term costs for long-term gain, which will then get them booted out of office. So these re-election incentives have been discussed pretty widely, but there are lots of other institutional determinants. There's issues of economic dependence. Political actors are often economically dependent for fundraising and campaigning on short-term interest groups. The elderly may make society more short-termist, but this, I should say, is extremely unclear. There's some reason to think that elderly people, in virtue of the fact that they're not going to live as long, and so have some self-interested reasons, as well as perhaps some relational reasons, to discount future gains causes the state to be short-termist. But the literature on this is also a mess. It's all over the place. And so if there is an effect from the influence of the elderly, it's likely pretty small, or we haven't found it yet. Political polarization and obstructionism keeps political actors from thinking about things in collaborative and thoughtful ways. There's issues of time inconsistency, where one political leader can institute a policy which is then repealed by the next person in office, which we've seen in a lot of cases where institutions for future generations have actually been implemented. And if we have very weak institutions, we of course can't take actions which are going to affect the very long term. So again, we have epistemic determinants, motivational determinants, and institutional determinants of a wide variety. So when we're thinking about how to make the state less short-termist and build a long-termist political culture, we need to think about addressing all of these different sources of short-termism. Addressing some of them is great and will improve the long-run future. But over the long run, we need to continue to address each of these different determinants of short-termism to make sure that all of them are accounted for. So now that we've looked at the causes of short-termism, let's look at some reforms that could reduce this amount of short-termism. So the best reforms are going to be effective, They're going to have a large effect if they're actually successfully implemented, ideally on very long timelines. They're going to be feasible and sustainable. So they're going to be policies that we can actually implement in the world and that aren't going to be repealed within an election cycle. There is a very important place for political action that tries to implement reforms in small jurisdictions that are much more risky. We need people to be taking on political risks so that we can see the effects of policy. But for this part of the presentation, I'm going to be prioritizing interventions that are easy to implement in the near future, and so feasible and sustainable interventions are some of the best ones. Third, they should be backed with strong evidence, and this relates to feasibility and sustainability. Politicians don't want to be test subjects. They want to support and back policies that are proven to be effective. And so if there's good academic evidence or it's been implemented before, that'll really help the feasibility and sustainability of the institution. And finally, they should ideally be powerful symbols, signaling to everyone the world over in the state and in other states that the future is of great importance and that political short-termism is a bad issue that must be ameliorated. So taking those characteristics of good reforms together, let's look at some 3 different possible reforms that we could be implementing in the near future for long-term gain. The first reform is in government research institutes for future generations. So this is pretty self-explanatory. These are going to be research institutes in some office of the state which try to figure out relevant information about policies that affect the long-run future and about the long-run future itself. There have been variants of this employed in Singapore. The Center for Strategic Futures is there, of CSF you see on the slide. And the Center for Strategic Futures is in the Prime Minister's office and has really helped Singapore, especially when thinking about low risks of very bad events. Scotland has a Scottish Futures Forum. Finland actually has a parliamentary committee that serves as a think tank for matters of long-term interests. In the US, once upon a time, had the Office of Technology Assessment, which, despite its name, actually evolved into an institute that was engaging not just in technological prediction, but also in other kinds of prediction that was of long-term importance to the US until it was abolished in the 90s. And you might actually hear about the OTA pretty soon, because there's been a lot of policy wonks who've been calling for a reestablishment of the OTA because they've argued that the elimination of the OTA was extremely harmful to the US's ability to think about the long term. And there's actually a bill in the House now supporting the reestablishment of the OTA. So again, what these research institutions are going to do is they're going to gather information about the future, but they can also have various archiving responsibilities. So they can archive facts about who supported what kinds of policies, what the effects of these policies were, and this can allow us to simplify policy causation and better understand who's supporting good policy and what good policy looks like. And so if research institutes for future generations are able to play these 2 roles, they can serve an epistemic and a motivational role in ameliorating the effects of short-termism by giving us more information and by making risks and consequences salient to the general public and to various political actors, so that there's some political pressure for them to actually take the long-term beneficial intervention. These tend to be low cost. I have some personal experience on this matter. Academics are pretty cheap. We're not paid a whole lot, so if you can hire a bunch of academics to be part of a research institute, it doesn't generally cost the government very much. And it should also be relatively nonpartisan compared to a lot of other interventions we could seek, because we're just getting information. Now, the best forms of research institutes for future generations should be independent from government influence, and in particular from the political business cycle. We don't want it to get wrapped up into the government's own short-termism. It should have broad scope to consider all different areas of long-term interest and balance trade-offs between these different areas, and it should have really good access to information so that it can do its job. So much for Research Institutes for Future Generations. I think this is quite a promising policy that should be pursued much more. I hope the OTA gets reestablished. Second, we should consider posterity impact assessments. So posterity impact assessments are similar to their cousin environmental impact assessments, which are ubiquitously required across all over the world for bills that are proposed, for construction projects, and other kinds of activities that could negatively affect the environment. So environmental impact assessments are widely hailed as basically a good piece of common sense reasoning that give us much more information about the impacts of our actions, and so should be widely used. Now, the UK Future Generations Bill, which has been supported by Lord Bird and is currently in the House of Lords, great bill, actually proposes these prosperity impact assessments for the UK. And on the proposal, any bill that's proposed needs to assess the impact of that bill on the future for the next 25 years, or explain why they haven't made such an impact assessment. The Future Generations Bill also proposes a couple other policies, which I think are great policies, but I won't be able to discuss today. It proposes a joint select committee in the UK, as well as a commissioner for future generations to set a bunch of well-being targets for the long-term future and have some soft power institution that's able to persuade public bodies to pursue these goals. But for now, our focus is on the posterity impact assessments. So posterity impact assessments play both an epistemic and a motivational role. They give us information about the impact of policy, and they can serve as a really good liability mechanism to ensure that politicians don't take actions which adversely affect the long-term future, or if they do, find ways to mitigate the impacts of those effects on the future. It's a relatively low-risk policy. Not a lot can go wrong unless these impact assessments become quite obstructive and unwieldy and really slow the machines, slow the gears of government. And it should be fairly low on its partisanship because, again, we're just learning information about the future, the impacts of these policy interventions. Now, the ideal posterity impact assessments are going to be applicable. They're going to apply to most decisions that government actors make. They're going to be enforceable. Finding some way to enforce these, whether through public sanction or through court system, seems quite important. And they should not have a budget window or a rate of pure time preference. So they shouldn't say, we need to, just to kind of critique the Bird bill for a moment, they shouldn't say that we should only evaluate the impacts for a certain period of time. They should ideally evaluate the impacts in perpetuity. Because otherwise, political actors can shift the burdens of policy outside of the budget window. Harder to do on 25-year timelines. That's a laudable feature that it's such a long timeline in the Future Generations Bill, but still possible to do. And so budget windows are suboptimal, as is time preference or discounting the future. So posterity impacts are another, I think, high impact intervention we could see in the near future. Third are futures assemblies. So futures assemblies are a kind of citizens' assembly that fulfills the explicit role of representing future generations. So what's a citizens' assembly? Well, citizens' assemblies are randomly selected bodies of ordinary citizens who are brought into one room and they deliberate together about matters of policy, and they then function as a kind of soft power political institution by giving recommendations to government based on their deliberations. So these citizens' assemblies have been employed in the UK, Ireland, Canada, and more. And you can actually see on the picture on the bottom right-hand side of the slide, nice colorful image of all the different places citizens' assemblies have been employed. Futures assemblies have been praised for being informed, statistically representative, unelected, nonpartisan, financially independent, deliberative mini-publics. So to break that down, they're informed because they're empowered to bring in experts to inform their decision-making process. There's usually a stratified random sample of the population, and so they should be perfectly statistically representative of the larger population. They're unelected, which means there's none of these perverse electability incentives that we've talked about earlier, and also no fundraising incentives that we've talked about earlier by being financially independent. They're nonpartisan because they're just people who are brought into a room, not members of political parties. And so they're not beholden to those parties either. and then deliberative. They discuss together about relevant issues. And one thing that we've seen when citizens' assemblies have been implemented is that they tend to really reduce partisan polarization. People tend to converge towards the middle on their viewpoints rather than becoming more polarized in their views. And so a citizens' assembly seemed like a nice way of reducing polarization, increasing cooperation, and serious deliberative thought about the long term. A futures assembly, which serves the purpose of explicitly representing future generations, solves some institutional problems, namely perverse election, fundraising, and party incentives. And it also has an important motivational and epistemic role. These futures assemblies are given a task of bringing in experts and thinking about good policy, and so we should learn a lot more about what good policy in the long term would be. And they also motivate the state to cooperate with what the Citizens Assembly has asked for, because again, this is a statistically represented sample of the US public, and if the government's systematically ignoring them, that smells of illegitimacy and threatens public approval. So futures assembly should ideally be large. This is to reduce corruption. If most of the members of the Citizens Assembly can be picked off by industry, that's not going to be a good look for citizens' assemblies. They should be single issue, focused on the future. Though that's a variety of issues, it's in a sense a single issue in an important sense. And this is so that the members of the Citizens Assembly can build expertise in a short period of time. They should be well paid so people from all kinds of economic strata can participate, and also to help prevent some corruption issues. And they should have short terms, again, to help prevent corruption, because we're continuously cycling the members of the assembly. So we've gone through futures assemblies, posterity impact assessments, as well as in-government research institutes for generations. And I think these are three promising, very strongly evidentially supported policies that we could be taking forward right now to implement in governments. I want to turn now to a few issues where we need further research to figure out whether these policies are promising, but some potentially promising policies that we should evaluate. The first is pay for performance. Pay for performance is widely used across industry in the private sector, but it's not used in the public sector. And the reasons for this are complicated. There's a very lively debate about whether pay for performance would work well in the public sector. There's some evidence that suggests that public servants are more intrinsically motivated than motivated by pay, and so it doesn't work very well. But this needs a lot more attention. It could be that certain pay schemes would help incentivize public service workers to think about the long-term future. Some possibilities are to tie their pension payment to their performance or the government's performance. This idea was suggested to me by Will McCaskill and Aaron Valinder. Though there are some issues with this, because he will want financial stability late in life, as Danny Bressler has pointed out to me. So I think this issue, the structure of what pay performance would look like and whether it would be good, needs much more attention. A second issue is longer election cycles. There's a literature on political economy on term limits, but there's only a few studies on whether longer election cycles make legislation more efficient and better. And there's very little on whether it actually decreases the amount of short-termism among political actors. So this needs much more attention, but there's a priori case for thinking that it would decrease short-termism among political actors, namely by reducing election incentives so that people can act over slightly longer timelines and worry slightly less about re-election. Third is demony voting. So demony voting is just giving additional votes to parents to vote on behalf of their children. There's some evidence coming out of the Kochi Institute for Future Design that when parents vote explicitly on behalf of their children, they do vote in a more long-termist way. And we could have this not just for parents, but we could also just give votes to ordinary citizens and tell them to vote on behalf of future citizens. And given the evidence in demony voting, this might actually have a significant effect on what kinds of representatives are elected. But again, it needs much more research. The fourth is intergenerational externality taxes. So this is basically just broadening the very promising reform of carbon taxes to think about all kinds of actions and policies which impose long-term externalities. So one fun example that Will McCaskill raised to me is the example of helium. Helium's a non-renewable resource. You use it, it just floats away. And there was a brief period where we were quite concerned that the US helium reserve was going to run out of helium. And that's bad because it's not only used to blow up like balloon animals, but also to support rockets and various kinds of magnetic imagery in hospitals. It turns out we have much more helium than we thought we did, but this is a good example of ways that various consumption and production decisions can have positive and negative externalities on the long-term future, which might be regulated efficiently through pricing with externality taxes. And finally, many long-term issues require strong global governance, and the reason is because these issues are global public goods games where we require strong coordinated action on behalf of many actors to ensure that these public goods are preserved. So we see this starkly in the case of climate change, in the case of AI governance, in the case of nuclear warfare, which are three different causes that EAs care quite a bit about. And so there's been a lot of talk and indeed research in the EA community on what good global governance would look like. And I think this should continue under the broad umbrella of thinking about how we can make the world governments, as well as all states under the world government's control, less short-termist and more focused on the long term. So again, these are areas where there's nothing that I know of that we can implement right away, but there's lots of promise here and good research is needed. Now in the long run, I think that the kinds of moderate interventions that I've been talking about throughout this presentation are not going to cut ice. These are going to be too weak to make states long-termist in the way that effective altruists want, and we'll need much more robust, stronger, more energetic institutions over the long run. More energetic institutions are likely to be repealed if they pass at all at the present time, but over the long run, we really need to employ interventions in every area of government which help reduce short-termism significantly. So we could have a chamber for the future in the legislative branch on a par with the Senate and the House of Representatives. We could have a Secretary of Future Generations which sits in the cabinet, in which runs various executive agencies which control machinery to benefit the long-term future. And we could have a Court of Generations which strikes down laws that are in contempt of future generations. Now, these are all very speculative and again, not well supported interventions because there's not very much evidence about whether they'd be good or bad. But these are the kinds of utopian reforms that the literature is not thinking about right now, but that we need to start thinking about so that we can implement very strong institutions to benefit the long run future over the longer term. And so I'd like to see more research on this as well. So I've talked about why states are short-termist, what some promising reforms might be, and then I've concluded with some areas of further research. Now, in closing, I want to note that as we've seen, given the different promising reforms in the areas where research is needed, the issues of political short-termism are serious, but they're not necessary and they're not inevitable. And if we were able to re-engineer the government to be much less short-termist and focus on the long term, indeed make all governments much more focused on the long term, then we'd have the ability to use their massive $25 trillion of global government resources annually to promote the long-term future. We'd be able to use their profound normative authority and their coercive control over every human being on the planet to ensure that we make the future go as well as possible. And so I think there's a ton of very promising interventions that we can take here that could vastly improve the value of the long-term future. So thanks very much for being here for this presentation. I'd like to thank all of the listed commentators and supporters for their help with this project. And I'd like to thank you again all for being here. Thanks very much.
So with that, we've reached the end of today's broadcast. But we'll be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time with 4 more hours of content focused on farmed animal welfare, alternative proteins, global health and development, and how to start an effective charity. We'll also have some brief closing remarks from Will McCaskill. Now, just because our broadcast is ending doesn't mean that your day needs to be finished. Your virtual EA Global experience can go on. If you're a registered attendee, you can still continue to schedule one-on-ones in the GRIP app, and continue your discussions in the EA Global Slack. Or you can join attendee Daniel F., who has recommended getting together for some online board games. There's also a wild animal welfare meetup happening later in Zoom. More details about that in Slack as well. For tomorrow, don't forget, if you'd like to be randomly paired with someone for a one-on-one meeting at 10 a.m. Pacific time, please join the Random Connections channel on Slack. Please also remember to share the link to Sunday's broadcast on your social media channels and tell your friends and followers which talks you're most looking forward to. Remember to use the hashtag EA Global so we can keep track of everyone's posts. Special shout out to Cynthia Pallant for tweeting us a selfie all the way from the Netherlands. Since we don't have a group photo this year, we are especially enjoying seeing those selfies. I hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. If you have any questions or feedback, please post them in the help channel on the EA Global Slack or contact the team at hello@eaglobal.org. See you tomorrow.